cold at the touch, dead in the eyes. No signs of life no more. I put your love under the knife. Leave me to die here all alone. No signs of life no more, no. A crying dove may never fly. Just let me go, it's only right. For all I know, it's only matter. It's calico, it's black and white. Just let me go, it's only right. For all I know, it's only matter. It's calico, it's black and white.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome to Simracersworld TV and welcome back once again to the Virtual Belcar E-Series, but this time round it's the Virtual Belcar Winter Series. We're here for a fantastic winter championship based on, of course, the real-life Belcar Championship. My name is Chaz Draycott. Alongside me in the box this evening is Hasse Roma once again. Hasse, it's been forever since we've commentated together, hasn't it, mate?
It really has, and I've been looking forward to it big time, I can tell you that much. Not only getting back in the booth with you, but also to more Belcar racing every time we've had this circus going live, you could say. It's been a really great show indeed. Thus, I'm really looking forward to the race tonight. I think it's going to be a tight one for the drivers here around Donington. 4 classes of cars, which in the end is going to make it all the more interesting for us.
It is indeed. Donington Park is the host for this first round of the championship. And what a circuit to come to as well. A very challenging one, especially on the Grand Prix circuit. Not a very wide track as racing circuits go. So the drivers may find it a little bit difficult tonight to make some overtaking moves. To run you through the series then as is, you'll see on the left hand side we have plenty of information for you. And there's been a long qualifying session going on. We'll run you through the different classes. We'll show you them at the top of the screen as well. They are the best times in each one at the moment. We've got BLC 1, 2, 3 and 4. So BLC 1, what better to have than the Radicals, the wonderful Radicals that we got used to seeing last season. These are the reigning champions. Urano Esports coming out of, obviously, what was previously, was it Simtag? I think it was Simtag, wasn't it? That was last season. Look at that though, Fabrice Cornelis. He was the real star of last season, him and his teammate Thomas Stockmans, and of course Cone Klotman as well. All did an amazing job. They're going to be the fastest class out there. We then have the beloved Porsche Cup cars. They are BLC2 class, which was the GTC class last season. Probably the biggest class in terms of, I think they're the biggest class in terms of numbers, is the GT4 class, which has both the BMW M4, the first time I've ever commentated on the BMW M4 on iRacing, and the wonderful Porsche Cayman 714 GTS. Both of those in the same class. And then we have, you may have seen them in the background by now, the Audi RS3 LMS TCRs in BLC4. So, I mean, coming from the back of the Virtual Belcar E-Series, Hasse, we saw that these TCR cars can sometimes be as quick in the right hands as the GT4 cars.
Yeah, what we saw was that it really didn't take a lot of damage for the GT4s to kind of be on the pace of the TCRs indeed. And we're also often seeing as little deviation in the lap times as around a second on some tracks. So that's going to be one to watch for, and it's interesting with the dynamics of the different machines, because it really makes it difficult when you're in one of these GT4 cars. Getting past on, say, 2 battling TCR machines is very, very hard to find the space and the time. And Donington is a relatively fast circuit, but as you said, Chaz, it's narrow indeed. And even though it looks, when they come out here onto the start-finish straight, space looks pretty plentiful, it doesn't stay like that all the way around. So I think it's going to be an interesting call to see, and as well for me, a first with the M4 and the GT4 class. And this is also, to my knowledge, the first time we've actually had a class, so to say, in the Virtual Belcar E-Series that isn't strictly one-make.
It is, yeah. You're right, actually. It's nice to see the variation within one class as well. It's going to be maybe a bit of a story of the season. We're just going to have to refresh the paints a second, by the way, guys, so just bear with me. But it's going to be an interesting one to see how these cars get on against each other and whether that does become an interesting battle or not. We've got Bram Bellemans for Team Brab off the circuit at the moment. They're in Gulf colours, by the look of it, with a bit of a spec map on that one as well. And it's another thing that we love on Simracersworld TV is spec maps. But these Radicals, I mean, we really enjoyed watching them last season, didn't we, Hasse? I mean, especially at Zolder, when we had the first Virtual Belcar event, we couldn't believe the speed difference some of the time between these cars and the other classes.
It was absolutely incredible to see, and they look so tiny when they come through. Look at the GT4 car there; just looks like a huge boat compared to the Radicals. But these are the very definitions of a nimble machine, I'd say, and it takes a driver of some skill as well to keep them under control. They are twitchy, they're hard to drive, and they're fragile as well. So keeping these cars alive for so long is going to be difficult. We're looking at 4 hours of racing here tonight, which is a little less than last time we had the Virtual Belcar E-Series outing. That was 24 hours at Zolder, where we really got to see just how hard it is to manage so many classes of traffic. I think, to my knowledge, the only real place where you have this sort of racing is at the VLN Championships in real life.
Yeah, that's very true. You know, having the car variation doesn't just make it more difficult for the slower cars trying to get out of the way all the time. It makes it more difficult for the faster cars trying to get through and try and get past them all, because it's very easy sometimes to just think, oh, they're going to be flying. You know, they'll just ease past everybody. But it's not always the case. You know, there's so many different ways that you can get past a slower car, or you know, have a mistake with a slower car when there's a bit of a misunderstanding. And I think that's one of the main things we're going to see this season, is potentially some misunderstandings between one car and another when they're just trying to get lapped, or trying to unlap themselves, or you know, lap a car that's out on circuit going a bit slower.
Yeah, it is. You kind of need psychic abilities to master traffic, and we spoke to Fabrice Cornelis about it on several occasions as well, where he said that the real life experience of traffic just gives that little bit extra, and if you know exactly where you can and where you cannot overtake, it really often pays off. But you see drivers once in a while, just like Fabrice, who are able to just slice their way through traffic like a knife through butter, and it's utterly impressive.
Yeah, that's one of the main differences between some of these drivers, isn't it? You know, you can have certain drivers just fly through traffic, others not so much. Some of them hang back and have a bit more of a reserved approach. It's knowing when to do that. That's one of the key things, isn't it? You have to know when to push through traffic and when to hang back a little bit and make those maybe risky moves to try and get on through, because we've all seen it before where certain drivers can think, oh, I'm a hero, watch this, and then make a big mistake and cause an accident. I mean, we had 5 wide down the straight at Zolder in the first Virtual Belcar event, and there were so many cars off the circuit because of it, and you know, it sort of ruined their race, which was a real shame. But it happens because you get the drivers doing these different things, don't you?
Yeah, indeed, and it's one thing is doing it in real life. I think we would have a much better degree of vision. I think the drivers who are either on that was a very close call indeed, but the drivers who are either on triples or on a very wide monitor, or particularly for the drivers on a set of VR goggles, it's vastly going to aid the field of view that they can run, and from my best knowledge, that's something that can really aid you get a better feeling, of course, and a visual understanding of where the traffic is around you. Oh, we have Chaz, a couple of very dramatic seconds here. So
there's just cars off everywhere. There's just literally cars off the circuit all over the shop. It's his good friend of mine, Adam McNally, in the XI iRacing Porsche. Very interesting livery on their car. We had another couple of Porsches off as well. But now everyone seems to just have calmed down a little bit. Someone that I did speak to, I'm just trying to find their car in the timing tower. Hans Polmans and his teammates in the Flemish Simsports yellow car, 999. Apparently, they had a bit of a scary moment in practice and they changed their livery simply because of that. There's apparently something on the rear wing, so if somebody else catches up to them, we'll hope to properly read it very close up. But either way, another good-looking car on the grid. We all do love the Flemish Simsports livery on this channel. And we are huge... Mine, does it say?
It says 999.
999. There you go. Good banter in this series, and that's what we loved from last season, wasn't it? Also, I mentioned before, Bram van Putten is flying again in the TCR car. He's faster than 2 of the GT4 machines at the moment, of Jarno Loré, the Radion Motorsport by QSR2 car, and Phil Verheyen in the Composer Racing. in that gorgeous M4. Very, very spicy livery on that. Look at that. Oh, he's given us a bit of a pirouette as well, but that's a beautiful looking car, isn't it?
That's absolutely striking. I hadn't seen that until now. It's not the first time we had the composer on the grid blessing us with a symphony or two, but this is indeed a symphony of green. And it's quite spicy also. It seems like it has a bit of a cartoon character sort of thing going on to it as well. I really like this stuff. Notice the number 20 GT Cup Porsche was also a rather spicy one indeed. That's the Optimal Sim Racing red car here. Who,
as he chills.
As he very much chills.
I like this one. The Reclaim Maker.be car. It's a very, very pretty Porsche. What we'd call a realistic livery. You could expect to see that on a real car. Steph Del News in the GHK by E-Racing T2 car in this jigsaw camo machine. Looks absolutely fantastic. And it's all matte as well. So no shiny bits on this, and it looks awesome. Now, I love my military stuff, and this Porsche is probably my favourite so far. We obviously haven't seen all the liveries, but always he has a bit of a moment there, does Steph Del News. There's another Flemish car in the form of Senna Hulsmans and his teammates in the number 39 GT4 car. Good to see Sim stickers out there as well. We saw them briefly before. They're the main sponsor of the Sim Racers World Formula 3 series. It's great to have the guys on board for this championship as well in one of the Radicals, giving it a go. Brian Loynes, very good driver indeed. And you can just see the difference in the traffic. We've got a Falcon Tyres BMW there, which is nice to see. A little bit further down. We've got the McDonald's Racing team back out there. This is Jeffrey Muriel in the number 24 BMW M4. Another nice livery on that car. Decent spec maps as well, as always. Love this sort of thing. Got Davey Sufflers, and it was him in the Team Falcon BMW racing for Zolder. So, if anything, the home team. He's got Where's Waldo on the car as well. and number 69, of course. Of course. Absolutely smashing. Oh, a driver that is getting a lot of love right now. The Vapor Shop car, by the way. EF Vangenekten in the number 111 machine. If your car's got number 1 on it, you'll be doing all right in the Porsches because it's car 11 from car 111. But Vapor Shop car, now we do love that livery, don't we? Although he doesn't love the hairpin. What a save. I'm sure he still had his foot in then when he locked the fronts. Oh, heck! Oh, no! Oh, heck, oh, heck. That was the Reclaim Maker.be car.
Oh, my word.
That was a real moment. Oh, Anton Dupin had a moment in the Flemish TCR. I think there's the only class that doesn't have a Flemish car in it at the moment is actually the Radicals, isn't it? At this stage. There is live timing, by the way, Samuel. I'll show you now. But we've got cars all over the place, Hasse.
Yeah, it was. I got a genuine a bit of a shocker there. That's my heart that went into the throat as a car just came across all of a sudden, and I think drivers are really pushing here in the last 7 minutes of a 1 hour qualifying session, and it does make sense. Open qualifying, 4 classes, and finding your clear bit of tarmac for a fast time is very hard indeed. So when you get it, you want to make sure that you put in your best possible time, and that, of course, it's a very small margin for error, which we've seen here over the last few minutes. It's been quite hectic indeed.
Yeah, Neil, having a whole field of cars out in qualifying is hard enough, but when you've got such a difference in the pace as well with, you know, compare the TCRs to the Radicals. I mean, if we go on board with, let's go on board with BMS Esport TCR1 Belcar, you'll see now, even just with the Porsche coming past him down this straight towards the Fogarty S's, in a straight line, those Porsches fly like mad, don't they, down here? But when you see a Radical do it, they just pop up out of nowhere, and they're mid-corner a lot of the time as well, aren't they, because of the cornering speed differences.
Yeah, it is, and the Radicals also in the very fast bits of certain tracks are actually slower than the 911 Cup cars.
Yeah.
So it's a tricky dynamics in some of those machines. They really have to be super aggressive to be able to pass in the first place, and it's very much true. They seem to appear from out of nowhere all of a sudden here as gets out of the way of the GT4. That's the Flemish machine. The 6-7 car.
It's Kim
And
Bahate.
that's Kim Bahate, it is. By the way, it's still incredible to see the pace from the top TCR, the G-Drive number 17 car, still faster than the what I believe is the bottom two GT4 cars.
Yeah, it's pretty scary, isn't it?
It's pretty scary, but it's you'd expect there to be quite the gap down to the rest of the TCRs, but it's actually only 0.2 of a second.
I quite like that. On the back of Dieter Art's Radical, coming through on the back wing of the Dynamics Radical racing machine. Great livery on that car, really does suit it. It doesn't suit the grass though, does it? There's the twitchiness we mentioned. And look at how fragile it is as well. That little touch sideways on the curb as it rattled around has actually damaged the right-hand side of the car. You can just see just in front of the air intake. He's bent the precious Track Racer logo in. And unbelievably, Fabrice Cornelis is not fastest. Sim RC, Capazunda are fastest at the moment. Look at that. That's just sneaky. He's thinking, right, we need to try some mad stuff before the race. But wow, that's pushing the limits there for Sim RC. But they're currently fastest at the moment. Erin Baba setting that time. Fabrice Cornelis, second fastest for Urano Esports. So not quite leading the way at the minute, but it's a 4-hour race that we've got coming up, so plenty can happen. Don't you worry about that, everybody. It can happen, and it most often does. Now, everyone in chat, I want you to be very, very honest with me, and if you do see any serious sort of frame rate drops during the stream, do let me know. I'm monitoring my bit rate as this goes on, and every time I look back at OBS, I see that I've dropped more frames. Apparently we've lost 800 so far, so yay! Thank you, Talk Internet. But it's better than Vodafone was, so yeah. Anyway, someone who I'm looking forward to saying hello to over the course of this season is this driver, Damien Allo from Traxxas by JWS Motorsport. Nice livery on that, but these Radicals, they like painting them red, don't they?
It seems to be a recurring theme, indeed, black and red Radicals, and at times it makes it a little bit hard for us, I believe, Chaz, to actually tell them apart. I can think safely say for myself, at least, that I've had a few occasions while commentating on the Virtual Belcar Series where I've been trying to figure out what Radical is that of the... Because sometimes we've had Radical fields of down to 5-6 cars, and then 3-4 of them being mostly red and black, that from certain angles they just look very familiar, and it's sometimes a bit of a challenge. Oh, Budeman Küster in the number 11 Simtag Porsche GT Cup machine has got a bit of a dent at his front, and I think that's been a collision with someone or something.
Probably a Radical chucking it down the inside or something. But, oh, there's someone off again. This is honestly going to be like a war zone this afternoon, or this evening, I should say. Yellow Stratton there in this very bright Greenleaf Racing green car. Certainly lives up to its name. In the background there as well, that's Coden Klopman, is it? No, Fabrice Cornelis with a bit of damage on the front right, it seems. Car leaning over to the right a little bit. But still, look at that. Radical just disappears up the road. Lee Deemer is now out for XI iRacing. It's him and Adam McNally that are going to be taking the challenge to everybody else. That's a very pretty BMW that's right next to him there. Is that Pimbao? It is. That's the Ecris Motorsport number 15 BMW. That's a very, very pretty car. I think that might be a BMW dealership livery, the BMW Ecris, but that might be me just assuming. We've got Dirk Bouts for RSR. That to me looks like the normal BMW livery. Maybe with a few tweaks though. The front of it seems to have more red on it than normal. Not sure if he'd hit a sheep or something. But still. Oh, Keanu Reeves Beef Bourguignon is out as well. Keanu's been racing in the Z1 Dashboard Simracersworld TCR series that Peter Mackay and I have been commentating on. And he's been having a right whale of a time in that. But we've only got a minute left of this qualifying session before the 4-hour race, Hasse. What sort of strategies do these drivers need to be thinking about in the early stages with how busy this circuit's going to get?
I think most of the drivers' main focus is going to be just clearing the first few laps and letting the race settle into at least the initial stages of just getting the classes sort of separated. And it won't be long before the Radicals start picking up on the TCR machines, so we're not going to see more than, I think, I think it's going to be, 10 minutes they're going to have for themselves until we see traffic really kicking off, and then give it 10 more minutes and it'll be all over the place, so to say, and it'll be just like that for the rest of the race. And I think that the focus is just on keeping it clean and consistent for the opening part of the race. It's so easy to lose the race on trying to gain those extra positions while everyone's close and tight on the opening few laps. And as Keanu Borgignon stops. And I don't think Fabrice Cornelis was really expecting that. He makes contact, and that could actually have ruined the lap for Fabrice. I'm not quite sure.
Yeah, he's gone straight back to the pits. Erin Barber is just about to finish his lap as he takes a very, very wide line on the way in. The session has finished, though. Erin Barber did a purple sector 1 on that lap. He's the only driver to do under a 1 minute 20 in the whole session, but 1 minute 20 around the Grand Prix circuit at Donington is a ridiculously quick time, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It is. It really is. I've driven this track a little bit. I'm not too familiar with the track itself, but certainly that's gonna change today. But it is very, very, very fast here.
It is indeed. Well, we'll keep the timing tower up just so you can see if anybody else has any more improvements to bring to the table. Traxxas by J&V Services are out there on track, actually. Now, they've got a different livery for this season, which is always nice to have. This is Matthias Maas. He's not going to be improving with that. EF Van Genekten did not improve. Quinn van Hooydonk. I should get it right. Sorry, mate. Hans Polmans is now chasing down Brent Verheyen in the GHK by T2 racing car. Two of them just weaving around. I think they've pretty much finished their session now. They're just getting the lap finished for the sake of it now. Two lovely liveries to see together, though, and both of them just come into the pits. Well, get in the pit lane, he says, gives him a bit of a shove on the way in. And the last car to come in will be Matthias Maas in the Radical. Jack Taylor in the chat, Bram van Uytven. Good to see you guys. Thomas Schmetz as well, Rob Tyson. Steve Clays. Brilliant to see you, everybody. Right then, we've got a big old grid to get through here. Erin Baba on pole position for SimRC Capazunda from Fabrice Cornelis. Then it's Traxxas by J&V Services with Matthias Maas in car 3, P3. Then it's Ross Nicholson for SimStickers and Dieter Arts in 5th with Damien Allo. Then it's Bart DeVos and Boudwin Kuster leads the Porsches. Then it's EF Van Genekten and Quinn Van... Where's his full name gone? Sorry, he's changed drivers, so I can't see his full name on the screen. He's got O'Neill Muth behind the wheel at the moment. And then it's Attila Sipos and Maxim van den Hove in 12th. Then we have Hans Polmans and Kevin Tavares. Thomas Podprocki in 15th with Kobe Klass and Hans Blankart behind him. Brian Crowles in 18th for Track Velocity Racing. He told me to give a shout out, so I'm going to avoid him all stream. Lee Deemers 19th, head of Brent Verheyen rounding out your top 20. Then we have Jochen Lennartz and Robin DeVille leads the GT4 cars. Then we have Andrea Amon, then Olivier Van Herk. Then it's Jonas Windy and Pim Bow. Cone Beavers with Jelle Verstraeten ahead of Alex Bayens, and Dirk Bouts rounds out your top 30. We then have my favourite team name, which is BMS Esport TCR, even though it's a GT4 car. Robin van Gogh in 31st ahead of Frank Oosterhuis in the Graphite Racing Belcar machine. Then it's Davy Suffeliers and Kevin van der something. Not got his full name on here again. And then it's Abel Court and Jeffrey Mariel 36th. We then have Kimber Haight and Jean Van Lemt. Then it's Ben Thayens, the top of the TCR cars. Jarno Leray is 40th with Phil Verheyen in 41st. Then it's Keanu Bourguignon and Olivier Bultink. Antoine Boss, Jonathan Poulet, Bjorn de Feiter, Niels de Kuiper, Philip Vliegen is 48th. And then it's Bart Levens and the Edge Esports car of Colin Spork, seemingly not putting a time in. But the time is upon us, Hasse. And the race is about to get underway for 4 hours of racing.
4 hours of racing here from Donington Chaz. And as they go green, we'll go over to you for what you do the very best. Getting excited for a race start.
Should be an absolute belter. Can't wait to see what goes on. There's so much that could happen over the course of this race. It's hard to know if we could pick a winner really, in all of this. Such a fantastic quality of grid that we've got here. And we're going to try and catch all of the action as well as we can for you guys, so please do bear with us. And the first round of the Virtual Belcar Winter Series is about to get underway. The lights are out, and that was a very sketchy start there from Cedric Wouters in one of the radicals. There's a second group of radicals that haven't really gone anywhere. Into turn one they go then. Cedric Wouters down the inside of Fabrice Cornelis. Nearly a bit of contact as they go around Redgate. In the Porsches, there's a bit of contact in the background. Looks like the 111 got caught up with the number 99 of Joel Eulenbroek. Oh, there's a car sideways down the hill. That's Attila Sipos for Simtag. He's in front of the field, and there's contact with the 66. The 66 is off. There's another Porsche off further down the hill as well. That's Roy Maas in the Reclamaker. Kobe Klass has gone off at the old hairpin as well. And what's happening in the GT4s then? Let's have a look at the front. Sten Hulsmans leads the way, getting through this minefield of Porsches. Behind him, Andrea Amon, and then Olivier Van Herk trying to defend from Pim Bao in the Ecris BMW. Great to see two different cars in one class. Bram Van Putten is now 6 places ahead of the second place TCR car, apparently. Although, no, apparently there's the Flemish car is, yeah, apparently, no, that is, oh, there was a touch there, wasn't there, Hasse?
I think there very much was, and I think there's been I think there's been some drama with the radicals here.
Oh, sorry, that's the, apologies, that's the timing screen. For some reason, this does happen in this this project file that we've got for this overlay, everybody. So sometimes when the cars are a certain distance away from one another, the sim sort of despawns some of the cars a little bit, just so it's not rendering too much. There's a big hit, and that's the class leader in TCR, and that is a change. That's a change because Bram Van Putten now loses out to the Flemish TCR that's got ahead. You're going to see some of the cars, some of the radicals are dropping way down the order here. Let's go back to them. I think it's just because they're rendering a certain distance away, but this is the battle for the overall race lead. Oh, flipping out, Haas has changed his accent. This is the Sim RC battle with Urano Esports, Fabrice Cornelis and Erin Baba right together. Absolutely on it, and we saw this at Le Mans last season. Through the chicane they go. Look at the pace of these radicals. We'll go on board with the Traxxas car of Cedric Wouters, just so you can see this battle up close. Yeah, apologies for the cars dropping down the order, everybody. That's simply just to do with the amount of cars that show on screen. But this is the battle for the top 3, the overall top 3 positions. 3 radicals, reigning champions just ahead, and Sim RC, who finished 2nd in the championship last season. Everything's so fast-paced in these radicals.
Yeah, what a couple of opening laps as well. There was so much stuff happening. Not a chance that we could have even a slight overview at this point. And with 3 minutes of the race gone, Chaz, if it's going to stay like this for 4 hours, there's absolutely no telling what's going to happen here tonight. And we might be in for a very interesting and a very unpredictable race as well, I think.
I'd say so. I certainly would. Now, apologies for all the cars dropping off on the left-hand side, everybody. There's really not a lot I can do about this. It's just dependent on what it's rendering from how far away they are. You'll see them all start popping back up again. I mean, if we look at the Flemish SimSports car, you click on it and there it is. So this is just a bit of an issue within iRacing, it seems, at the minute. Just trying to handle how many cars are out there. I've got it turned up as high as it can go, so I don't know why it's doing that. Either way, some good battling going on, and the Urano car goes into the lead. Look at that, still, like a big chunk of cars just disappear out of the race they go. This is still going on. This is very feisty stuff for an overall race lead with just 4 minutes of a 4-hour race gone, isn't it, Hasse?
It really is. And the Sim RC car is having absolutely none of it, but I think they very much know that if they let Fabrice Cornelis into the lead, which he might just take here up the inside. Yeah, that is the first corner. The number 1 car into first place on lap 4 here. It didn't take too long, but that was some hefty pressure being applied from Fabrice Cornelis. this is what the rest of the Radical field was pretty much fearing, I think. Not only is he fast when he's leading the class, here is the number 7 car of Ross Nicholson, Johan van den Akker 5th in class there, but coming back to Fabrice, and the way he's been dealing with traffic, they're going to hit that traffic soon. And what we've seen him do on so many occasions before is to use the traffic to extend the advantage quickly indeed, and to gain sort of a bit of a buffer zone for them to rely on over the rest of the race, and it's proven very successful over, at least in last season's race.
Yeah, that's it. It's making the most of the traffic, and here we go. We're already at said traffic, so we won't just see an example from one car, because these Radicals are just so quick in comparison to everything else that they go past. We've got the BMW M4 in front there. Now, this is a circuit where you get a lot of different racing lines around each corner. There's some of them you can really swing it out wide on the way in and take a late apex, and then others where you can turn in early, pinch it to the apex, and then get a wider run off the corner. Now, with the traffic in this race, I think we're going to see a lot of that, where there's a bit of a pinch point, especially on the faster parts like this down the Carrera curves.
I feel my heart rate rising just from getting on board with Cedric Boutus here in that battle. Very close indeed. Really got to have a stomach full of ice to manage this.
It's crazy, isn't it? Just
it really is.
Way through.
And I'll tell you what, Chaz, from the TV perspective, it doesn't really justify just how little space there is, but once you get on board, it's such a narrow place, and there really isn't a lot of space, even in the Radicals, which are tiny machines.
They are indeed. Very little cars with very big potential and very big pace. Just trying to look a bit further down the order at some of the Porsches here. There's a bit of overlap going on here in the middle of the Porsches. Here we go. Hans Polman's here behind Guilherme Pipers and Joel Eulenbroek. The GTE Racing Porsche. It's definitely not a GTE car, but still. Novel name with the grid logo on the side of it. Budwin Kuster leading this class at the minute, and the car looks very happy about it as he leads the Vapor Shop RDR Porsche. And I mean, two of these teams that were so dominant in this class last season, and they've definitely got straight back into the rhythm again, haven't they?
Indeed, and I think they was it the Volante Racing car, the number 26, that were very much also up there last season, but indeed Bingo by Simtag EMG, the number 11 car, was dominant last year in class, and looking to keep form here into the Winter Series, into the off-season, if you will. It's very much not an off-season for off. The action keeps rolling along, and we're 7 minutes into the race, and that also means that for once my assumptions are correct, because the Radicals are indeed already in traffic, and interesting to see. Look at this, Chaz. It's a proper rush hour here. It
is. Well, Thomas Schmetz just said that group looked like an evening on the highway in Antwerp, and to be honest, that was even more of a representative shot of it there. Porsches passing Porsches, having Radicals lap them down the inside of the BMW. Then you've got the Porsche Cup car in front as well. Oh, we've got a car off. Oh, Robin van Gogh. Oh, that is the Sim RC car, is it not? No, that was the Traxxas car, and into the pits.
It's an absolute disaster for Traxxas by J&V Services this early in the race, having come from it. That car is not in a good state at all. It's taken a heavy hit, I think. Let's have another look here, Chaz.
We've had a couple of cars go off. It's just ahead. There's already an incident. Let me just go back to that again. Apologies. So there's already an incident in front. That's the race leader. Oh, the BMW hits the Porsche. Look how close that got to the race leader there. That was unbelievable. Porsche decides that rejoining forwards into oncoming traffic is a good idea. And then the Radical goes into the pits as well. But wow, if we go on board with Fabrice Cornelis here, look how close this car gets to hitting our race leaders.
Oh, Jesus. Holy Lord, that was closer than close.
Was indeed. That was a scary moment. And now Cedric Wouters is back out there for Sim RC. All the yellow and black cars together on circuit. He's now got to really put the work in to climb back up. He is overall, have a look, trying to find the gap back to the overall gap to the race leader, but for some reason it's not showing all of it. But still, quite a long way behind. And I think that, in honesty, he's now 27 seconds off the race lead. Real nightmare for him. As you can see, look at this, just flying through the traffic as quickly as possible. Now we've got a big mix-up in terms of the Porsches in the midfield here, because Joel Eulenbroek, there he is, as the sim decides that it will load his car in. He's just trying to hold on with Hans Polmans, and then Guilherme Pipers as well. Now we've got another trio in the background led by Lee Deemer with Steve. You've got Steve Claes and Kobe Klaas, but I think it's Steve Klaas, isn't it? Or Klaes? We found out it was Klaes, didn't we, last time? Because they said it was like the word eyes. So Steve Klaes, apologies. But Steve flies past the number 13 car, and I think that's because he got a slowdown there, the G-Drive machine. Unlucky 13 last season, it's got a bit more damage again.
Yeah, it seems to be the ever unlucky 13. And I spoke to one of the drivers as well at the end of the season. They said they were very much contemplating changing the number. Well, they haven't done so, and perhaps they should have, because it's been what they've been looking at time and time again. Great potential when the car is clean. They've got great collective speed within the team. Mind you, it's a G-Drive racing Ximia machine, so it's not a car of nobody's. But they've just been so unlucky time and time again, and rarely through what's necessarily been mistakes of their own. They've just been very unlucky. And I'm not necessarily a superstitious man, but the run of bad luck they've had might just make me. Or it's maybe they should take the good old cyclist law and turn their number 13 upside down, and maybe that'd negate the bad luck.
You never know, mate. Some of these guys will try anything. I want to just explain as well on the left-hand side of the screen, everybody, on the timing tower, other than the cars that keep saying they're out and going down just because iRacing stops rendering them because they're at the other end of the circuit, the blue and red car and team names, that signifies basically whoever we're looking at. If there's a car that's a lap down on them, as there's a car off, that is Lee Deemer in the iRacing Porsche. If there's a car that is blue on the left-hand side, that means that the car we're looking at is a lap ahead of it. And if it's red, that means the car in red is a lap ahead, basically. But Lee Deemer, unfortunately, having a bit of a moment there, going off the circuit at the Fogarty S's. And to be honest, if you said you'd never been off there, then you're an absolute liar. Absolute liar. Let's have a look at what happened to Lee. Oh, he's just gone in a little bit hot. Goes through the bollards, he lights it up, smashes the rear. You could have thought that smashing onto the brakes would probably been a better idea, but Lee thought otherwise, planted his foot and got on with it. Now, I do apologise. Well, Fabrice Cornelis isn't going to apologise, is he? A 121.18. Fastest lap of the race already, and that car is now into his rhythm. Look at the pace of it. Getting on with the job at hand around the outside of the Porsche, around the outside of the Audi. Now, I was going to apologise just for the glitch with the cars not showing. If it gets bad enough, I will restart the sim, just so we can make sure. This is the Decipit Racing team, chasing down Brab, which is the noise it makes. That's the number 42 car, Bram Bellemans. And then the 867 Flemish car ahead. Now, that Porsche, the Reclamaker BE car going past, that is for position after their incident that he had before. We'll go on board with the beautiful sounding Cup car. Just show you the difference to the GT4 machinery. It's not too bad for the GT4 cars, is it, Hasse? But if there were longer straights or a bit more of a chance for that Porsche to get into 6th gear, it would really pull away, wouldn't it?
Yeah, when you get past 240, that's really when it starts to differ. But the pace difference is very much there, but it seems to be just what we mentioned in the run into the race, that every time you really catch up to one of these machines, it's often right into a braking zone. It's a fast track, but it twists and turns all the way along. It's rarely just a straight bit. Of course, the final sector with its 2 hairpin being a good spot to clear traffic. And Roy Maas just about keeping it on track in the 18 machine there. I think the damage that he's picked up to his car might hamper it a bit as well. He's taking a big knock to his rear, and as we all know, the 911 Cup being rear engine, that might have actually cost him some engine damage here, early days.
Yeah, that's it. You know, you damage the car early on, it can have an effect as the race wears through. This is again. Oh, we've got a car off there. That's Robin van Gogh. The BMS Esport TCR, not TCR, but actually a GT4 car that's gone around with the SimCube branding on it. He's had a bit of a proper moment there into the chicane. Oh, he's clipped the grass. I had drivers do that in the British Boring Car Championship a few weeks ago, and let me tell you, it's a lot funnier in a Volkswagen Jetta diesel than it is in a Porsche GT4 Cup car. But still, he did a good job there. Just as I explained, we've got questions in chat about the red car. Either what car it is. The cars in the red class, BLC1, are the radicals. Basically, any cars that are, when they go red or blue like that, blue means that they're a lap behind the car we're looking at. Red means they're a lap ahead. I'll probably change that, to be honest, because I'm not a fan. There you go. We can just figure it out as we go along. You will see a lot of these cars, though, moving up and down. So, like I said, I will change that and try and reset the sim and see if it works, if that gets bad enough. But this pace at the moment, Hasse, Fabrice Cornelis and Urano Esports, they're setting out to do what they did all season last season, aren't they?
Yeah, indeed. And I was quite surprised to see that after a 1 hour qualifying session, Eric Barber for SimRC was actually able to take pole position, because if I could be mistaken, but I don't recall having seen anyone else on pole than our reigning champions in the #1 car. So they're doing a good job, though. Aaron is doing a good job of staying in there. Oh, was another few GT4s have a problem?
That's Jarno Leray, one of them, and the other one, I was trying to find out, that's Axel Van Oosthuis. Sorry, Van Oosthuis. Not sure who that is on the side of that livery, but I probably should know. Do you have an idea? It's probably just one of his teammates. They're still both sat there.
I have no clue. Yeah, I think they're just looking at the relative and thinking, when am I ever gonna be able to make it out? And now, finally, now's the time. And I think a lot of the drivers that were passing through there were appreciative of the fact that they held back. It's often it's a very difficult situation to find yourself having had a bit of a spinner, having to rejoin. You want to get going as quickly as possible. After all, there's a race going on, but at the same time, you also just know how terrible, how gut-wrenching of a feeling it could be to have someone rejoin right in front of you, and many a race has been ruined that way. So they choose the safe option, even though it was the slow option in the end. They're back safely running, and it's a long race. And I think actually the race distance and the time that we're running here, 4 hours, it's a bit of a gray zone in between how you gotta approach the race, because for longer races you can also often at least have good success with taking a more cautious approach and just trying to get your laps in as consistently as possible. Whereas with shorter races, 2 hours, 3 hours, it's more like a long sprint race where you really have to be on it for every lap of the race. I think this is going to be right in between, and if anyone can really get in that zone where they can properly attack the entirety of the race without having accidents, they're going to be in a strong place for this one.
They are indeed. And we always say it, that it's the least amount of time spent in the pits as possible that often wins you these races. This is Steph Del News in the GHK E-Racing by T2 Racing Porsche. These guys racing in the Radicals last season. They're taking on this beautiful looking car. We've just had a bit of argy-bargy in the TCRs. That's naughty stuff. Oh, the BMS Esport car gets put in the wall. He was moving over on the CCTS Esports Belcar machine, and to be honest, that's Wim Everart's. Not sure what had happened before that. Let me just try and... Oh, there's been a bit of a moment before this. So this is Philip Vliegen. He's on his way in. Onto the brakes. No, it's only the tiniest of taps, although he hits him again, gets on with it. But then, when they get away, he just moves over and he's still on the left. And I don't know where he expects Philip to go there, really. If anything, that's on Wim for me.
Yeah, it seems to be a bit of just expecting to be ahead, but really not being. And it's very true that sometimes drivers seem to be giving blame onto other drivers. I've tried it myself on multiple occasions for being in a position where they might want you to pull out, but it's sometimes it's a little difficult just to, like, you can't just be expected to fully lift out of it as there's a heavy amount of flashing going on here. But indeed it's difficult, and we touched upon it many times before, and I'd gladly say it again, that the fact that many drivers in sim racing are limited to a relatively narrow field of view makes it so difficult to have that spatial awareness to the level you would have in real life, and that, I think, at least, is the biggest cause of incidents like the one we just saw.
Yeah, definitely. It's easy to sort of overlook things like that sometimes, I think. If you look from a real racing perspective towards sim racing, people often don't think about that. This is Keanu Bourguignon for Flemish Sim Sports White. Now this is an interesting moment in the race because we've got a TCR car trying to chase down GT4 cars. You can see in some of the twisty bits, he was quicker than Jean-Louis Deschamps and Marnix de Wit. But down the straight, I should say, not so much, unfortunately. A bit further up, Joel Eulenbroek is only just ahead of Hansi. Our mate Hans Polmans. As Fabrice Cornelis does another fastest lap of the race. He is showing in 7th and out, but we all know that's not correct. Yes, Stephen DeWolf points out the live timing is all over the place. It's basically just to do with the sim rendering the cars. What I'm going to do, just at this point, everybody, we're going to get Hasse radio on for just a moment, because I'm going to just get out and reset the sim and just get back in, because I want to just make sure that I can have as many cars as possible rendering and then get it all done. So please do bear with me. Hasse, if you could provide some radio coverage for us while you just let us know what's going on with that'd be wonderful, please.
Well, I'll do my very best, as we're not watching. I'm watching Joel Eulenbroek lead the GT3 Cup battle we were watching before. Down the main straight and into turn 1. He's slightly breaking away now from Hans Poelmans, so we're getting left behind the cars there. It's still Fabrice Cornelis now with a 12-second advantage. Oh, that's not right. I'm sorry. It's a 5.5-second advantage. It's still a substantial one, as he's put in great laps over great laps, and from the best I can see, they are close on multiple occasions in the field, and actually quite a lot of mixing up going on between the GT4s and the TCRs as well. So we kind of expected that one to come, but I think at a later stage in the race than it's actually been. It's a couple of close battles at the moment in the field. The closest of them between, I believe, is Jorn van den Akker and Cedric Wouters, who's back on track in the Traxxas by J&V Services Radical. Mind you, they had an awful incident and causing quite a bit of damage. They spent one of their fast repairs to get it fixed, and they're back out running. It was in a very lucky place, though, because it happened in the final hairpin, so only a few meters to do to get into the pits and to get it fixed quickly. And they only lost about 30 seconds or so. It could have been a lot worse for them in the end had it happened somewhere else on track. If they'd been needed to tow, it would have been a poor situation. Van den Akker now really defending, but he's lost the position, I can see, to Cedric Wouters, who's just gotten ahead. So Cedric Wouters up into 5th place now in the Radicals, and at the same time, Attila Sipos in the Simtag, and I think Chaz might be rejoining, because I just had a big old jump there.
Yeah,
and here we are, I think, back with
I'm back in the session, but I just need to make sure that I get the car numbers and everything right, because last time I just jumped straight out of the session and I don't think it's saved the changes. So I'm just going to make sure that we've got this, because at the end of the day, if it affects the timing, then we don't want all of these cars to be jumping around. You know, we don't want them all over the place. So we'll make sure that everything is on. I see the issue. Let's just have a look and see whether this stays as is. Just going to check it now, everybody. Apologies for this. Just do please bear with me. Just going to see if we have cars that are still showing us out. We still do. But I think some of the changes, you need to come out of the sim and then back in again, don't you, for it to work. So we'll just have draw all cars. There's a wonderful thing that you can just choose on iRacing. Just draw all of them. All of the things, please, iRacing. I've got an RTX 2070. It should happen. It should work. Right, I'll jump back out of the session and back in as quickly as possible. Now that is sorted and saved. We all know that sometimes you do need to be out of the sim and then back in for it to save these things. Apologies, everybody. But the Mew saying it's like listening to horse racing on the wireless. Love it. And yeah, that's very true. Thomas Smets has made a good point. He says in the end, 49 cars on a narrow track isn't easy for a sim, and that is fair enough. But at the same time, I should have all cars selected. I can confirm I'm loading back in now. We're up to 30%, so fingers crossed we can get back on it. But yes, we do have a bit of a treat in terms of this race, actually, don't we, Hasse? Because, I've never really seen many long endurance races round Donington Park. I've witnessed the British GT Championship there, but never anything that's 4 hours long. That's bonkers, really, isn't it? But what a track to do it at.
It is, and what a track to open this Winter Series at, indeed. And I don't recall ever having seen it appear anywhere as this, in this sort of format, at least. Neither as an endurance event or as a multi-class race as well. And we've seen the perils of multi-class racing on these close quarter circuits before, namely at Zolder, where it's been hectic to say the least. It's been the same sort of thing we've seen here, and it's given us some really good action here with just 26 minutes of racing done, and it's still 3.5 hours to go as the race is, dare I say, somehow beginning to just ever so slightly settle.
Stephen DeWolf just pointed out that the live timing seems stable, but then he's realised that's because it's stopped. To be honest. And yes, the live timing does look very nice and suddenly readable all of a sudden. Right then, back into the sim. It'll just get rid of everybody and then respawn them in again for some reason. So we'll see what sort of effect this has on my graphics. We've still got 84 frames per second. I can live with that. But we'll have to just bring the action back in. So hopefully no cars jumping around and saying they're out of the race. Apologies for that issue there, everyone. And we do have Edge Esports in the pits. Bart de Vos. For some reason sitting in there. It's still showing some cars as out. I'm really not sure why it's doing that. You can see there, look, and then we'll click on the Traxxas car and it's definitely not out. It's just because they're on the other side of the circuit. That's just... I've got all cars selected at the moment, everybody, so I'm really sorry. But there's not really a lot I can do about that now. This is iRacing things. So, it is what it is. We've got cars still showing us out of the race, but stuff it, we push on. There is a phrase, something will do it live, but we'll just carry on. Flemish Sim Sports Black then, leading GT4 at the moment. Senna Hulsman's behind the wheel of this car. Then BMS Esport GT4 Belcar, second in class. And I'm intrigued by this because I want to see how the BMWs get on. We've got Jürgen Gulischer in the JJ Motorsport BMW. We liked that livery on the Porsche last season, didn't we, Hasse? And then I think that at the moment they're doing all right, bearing in mind they're the first BMW, 4th place overall. There's a check-up with the Porsches behind. Hello. That was pretty scary. But yeah, the BMWs are doing pretty well, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. The talk of the town has been that the BMW seems to be off the pace of the Porsches, but would be what it looks like at least here as well. But they are indeed doing well. They should be able to fight on and carry on in the long run. Here you can do Gulischer in the JJ car. And they did like this car already last year in its livery, and we still do. It looks like it has a bit of a a mustache that grows to be bigger on the sides at the front with the black mask there on it, and I kind of like that. At the head of the field, it's still Fabrice Cornelis, advantage up to 6.5 seconds, though Chaz, I would have expected actually nothing to diminish the abilities of the rest of the radical field, but I would have expected the gap to have grown a bit bigger.
Yeah, you would think that it would spread out a bit more, but yeah, it's very strange. Apparently, Hendrik de Grave, thank you very much for your help, mate. Apparently in your connection settings on your account, you can choose what sort of speed connection you have, and it's how much information gets fed to you. So some of the cars do drop out. Now I've changed it, and I mean, touch wood, ready? There is the desk being touched. I think it's alright. Although, the Traxxas car in 6th has just popped in and out. Yeah, look, there you go. So it's still doing it. You might have to restart the sim. We might do it a little bit later. But Hendrik de Grave, I owe you a beer. So in your account settings, you can choose your connection speed. And as Hendrik has said in the chat, it's a bit of a strange place to have that setting. But you can have 512 kilobytes per second as the default. And then you have to have it over 1 megabyte to get all of the info from the server to load all the cars. So Hendrik actually knows something about iRacing that I don't, and it's not often. Not to blow my own horn, but I know this sim inside out now by doing all the broadcasts and all the things to make sure everything shows up correctly, but that is the one thing I do not know. So it's quite often in iRacing that I ask for claps in chat, but I want beers in chat, please, for Hendrik de Grave, for at least helping. I will restart the sim shortly, but we'll watch some racing first, shall we, and go on board with some Porsches, because look at this traffic.
Steve Clives in the 13 machine really getting racy alongside the GT4 Porsches there as well. I think he gained a position on the number 8 car, Dynamics Racing Optica. It's just so tricky to find the place, and you're going to find yourself, I think, often going to parts of the track where the grip levels just aren't the same as they'd otherwise be.
And these cars always look like they float around on the surface as well, don't they, these Porsche Cup cars? I mean, just coming up to McLean's then, up the hill through the left-hander, it honestly just looked like the car wanted to go one way then the other, but just really gradually. It didn't look as pointy as you'd probably want it to be. And it really gives me respect for these drivers that race in the iRacing esports, the Porsche esports Super Cup, because the skill level involved in that is scary. And I mean, even in this league as well, these guys, some of these drivers are some of the best in iRacing. And with how close this series has been from the very get-go, from the first Virtual Belcar event that we did at Zolder, it's just frightening level of competition, isn't it?
Yeah, it very much is. It's a very high level of competition in this series, and the 911 Cup car being competitive, but it also really draws from the very best of drivers in terms of getting the most out of the car. And say one thing about it, it's been updated relatively recently with a new tire model that's really done wonders for the drivability of the 911 Cup car. And it's at the moment, it seems to be in a way at the moment where you can actually control the slide of the car. It's not like the older tire versions of iRacing where if the car would break from you, it would just keep on going no matter what you tried to do. And it's a very engaging car to drive as well, and it's one of my absolute personal favorites.
Yeah, that's a good word for it, engaging, because everyone always does say that Porsches, they're proper drivers' cars. And even through the sim, with just having force feedback in the wheel, the main overriding thing in sim racing is you don't always get the feeling through your backside. You don't feel the G-forces that much. But even just through the wheel, you can tell that this is a driver's car. Like you say, you can handle the slide, you can get the back end out of it, you can properly wring its neck. And for a while, on the older tyre model, you just couldn't. You couldn't push this car to the limit that you wanted to. Speaking of pushing a car to the limit that you want to, these radicals are very scary machines to push the limit, especially if you're in the Dynamics Radical racing car, because right now, the guy behind him, Cedric Wouters, in the Traxxas by J&V Services car, is actually the car to chase, really. And, sorry, not the car to chase, the car on the chase, as he had that incident earlier on, didn't he? got a bit of damage and dropped right down. But now here he is, flying up to the back of Martin Deckens, and it looks like he's going to deck him at this point, isn't he? Look at that.
Very much so. He's going to send it up the inside. Martin Deckens, though, really putting up a fight there in the number 6 car. Keeps the run, keeps the speed on the outside, and then gets the ideal line through this next corner. So keeps the position there from Cedric Wouters, but one gets the idea. This isn't going to last forever, as here he comes again. Cedric Wouters up into the chicane, or the S's. And this is, they're absolutely bouncing. I was like looking at something going on stilts, Chaz.
Yeah, that was honestly all over the shop through the chicane. I want to see that again. I want to have another look. That was absolutely awesome. Apparently Cedric Wouters passed Fabrice Cornelis, who certainly didn't. That's because Fabrice moved up on the timing. Here we go then. So dives out to the left, onto the brakes now. Let's just watch this in a quick slow-mo. Watch the car bounce through here, hits one curb, boing. Almost all 4 wheels coming off the ground, but it shows you how stiff that car is, doesn't it? Wriggling its way through the chicane. Love it. And is that Jamie Stanley commentating? No, it is not. It's Chaz Draycott. Oh, Martin Deckens has decked himself. I'm a VCO nominated best commentator of the year, I'll have you know. I was waiting to draw that one out from the very beginning. But no, unfortunately, if you're looking for Jamie Stanley, he's not here. I'm afraid you're going to have to deal with me, Chaz Draycott, and my wonderful colleague, Hasse Roma. The Great Dane, as I called him, behind his back once. Just don't dribble on me. Boudouin Kuster leads the Porsche Cup class at the moment, BLC2. And you can, again, just see the radical pace difference here. Watch this now. Out of this final corner, that radical will just disappear. Even mid-corner, look at it. It's like it's a scale extra car, isn't it, compared to the Porsche?
Yeah, very much so. It's just on another level. And the way that you can just get the radical to turn in, mind you, the official radical series, the C-Class radical series in the official iRacing competitives, is a fixed setup series, and that makes it quite difficult. Once you can really get to work with the radical and make it a little bit more friendly towards you, it's an absolute pleasure to drive as well, and it's an absolute beast. And it feels like the more twisty the track, the faster the radical is. And in certain twisty bits, from the at Spa, I think it's not a lot slower than an LMP1 through the sections like Le Combe or Le Forge or Mamidi, those kind of medium speed corners, which goes to say quite a lot. They are super fast.
Yeah, they are very scary for how small they are, and you know they're motorbike engines, aren't they? And they don't have to use that power well. They really do fly very, very quickly. Danio07 saying, I love your channel. Thanks very much, mate. Hendrik de Graaf says the Radical's hard on the downshifts. Now, I can relate to that. The first time I drove the Radical, I thought, oh, I'll take it around my trusty Alton Park. I know that place like the back of my hand. And, you know, flat out through so many corners at Alton Park in the Radical, it's hilarious fun. As soon as you brake and try and slow down, change down and turn in at the same time, nah, you can just say goodbye. Oh, hello. Oh. We've got, Steph Del News is having an issue. We've got,
that's one of the Vapor Shop.
Yeah, one of the Porsche GT4 cars. Was it? I'm trying to figure out who that was there.
Was Jeff van den Eck? Oh yeah, I think that's one of the cars, and I think Jeff van den Eck and the 111 car was the other one involved there.
Jean-Louis Deschamps has apparently had a moment, but I think that's just because... here we go. So it's Axel Van Oosthuis. Oh, wow, into the side of the other GT car. Yes, it was the Vapor Shop car. You were correct. He got held up by the stationary GT4, and he does continue to sit there. The Porsche thinks, and stuff it, I'm going to get out of it. See in a bit. You can stay there. But to be fair, it's safe driving in the way that he sat there, but they've made a bit of a nuisance of themselves so far in terms of incidents, haven't they?
Yeah, that wasn't too lucky, but it's what happens. What you got to remember is once you get onto the grass, there isn't really a lot of control to be had with the car. And it mightn't be your intention to have an incident play out like that, but it so easily happens. So Best just to keep it on the gray stuff, as they say. But of course, if it was that easy, everybody would just be doing that, wouldn't they?
They would, yeah. Very true. It's easy for us to sit up here and say, I could have saved that. Because us as commentators and drivers, you know, we've both driven on the Sims before, we think, oh yeah, I'd do that. I could do this, you know, it'd be great. I'm actually racing in another series that we broadcast here on Simracersworld TV on Sunday nights, the Sunday Drivers MX5 series. I'll be racing as class leader in the Porsches. Boudwin Kuster has gone off the circuit. Ariel Fowler asking who's leading. Hendrik de Graaf says number 1. Like it. It's the Urano Esports Radical with Fabrice Cornelis at the wheel. Reigning champion with quite a bit of damage on that car after the little sort of close call earlier. I think close call doesn't really do it justice, but still, that moment has been had. Got Kobe Klaas and Steve Kleiss very close together in the Porsches, just trying to make their way around Bram van Putten in the Audi, and then the overall race leader, Fabrice Cornelis, goes through. Look at that. the turn-in commitment there from Fabrice Cornelis in that car is absolutely phenomenal. Really do love it. Now, what I want to do here is just show you the battle for second place in the TCRs. Now that is the Flemish SimSports white car, just ahead of Mathieu Detry in the Optimal Sim Racing blue car. I think the only blue thing about it is the wing mirrors, but I like that. And these TCRs, now, they're a hard car to push, aren't they, Hasse? Because they understeer a lot when you really try and drive them on the ragged edge.
Yeah, indeed, as any good old front-wheel drive machine will it. It's if you're used to rear-wheel drive racing cars, at least it's very counterintuitive to get off the throttle in the way that you have to get off the throttle to make the car turn. And it's also sometimes very difficult to find the balance where you're still able to keep the momentum in the car, but you don't get into that serious understeer which just drags both turning, but also just drags speed out of the car as well. It's also a car that's easy to kind of overdrive, so to say, that you just put too much steering input into it and you wear down the front a lot quicker than some of the smoother drivers. So it's a car where you think, oh, it's probably pretty simple to drive, but in the end it's actually one of the more complicated machines, at least if you want to be fast.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, in the British Boring Car Championship that I run, we use the Volkswagen Jetta diesel, the TDI Cup car, and it's very easy to drive, and it literally is the sort of car that if you are running wide through a corner, you just put more lock on, genuinely. And it's like something out of a really old video game where you just turn harder and it just goes around the corner, because that's what the Jetta does. If it's not bouncing, it grips to the surface very well. It's got a hell of a lot of mechanical grip. And, Axel had brake pedal issues, apparently. That's a real shame. I hope he gets it sorted and gets back out there with his teammate. But, yeah, driving the car itself is very easy. Getting it around a lap is very easy. But getting pace out of it, nah. You've got to have so much patience and know when is the exact time to get on the throttle and really crack on with it. It's so easy to get it wrong. This battle's still going on between Clays and Kleiss and Klaas and Kles at the moment. This is Steve Kleiss with Kobe Klaas just behind him. One letter difference in their two names. Just ahead of them, on track, is the number 66 Porsche, but they're down in 29th place at the moment. That's Steph Del News in the GHK E-Racing by T2 Racing Porsche. Still my favourite livery, I think, in the entire field. In the GT4s, just trying to see what the closest battle is. This is for position, actually. That is Thies Vandenberg just going past the Optimal Sim Racing purple Audi RS3. He's now unlapping himself even further. But this is probably one of the more exciting battles, because these Porsches, they're very difficult to get right when you're going through traffic and avoiding other cars.
Chaz, point well made. Oh, as Jarno Lorre has gone off here on the 25 machine, or on the 43. Well, it is the 25. Sometimes I get confused whether it's the position or the car number, and I just get it wrong for a moment. Oh, Michael Midner here. That's SimRC, and they're in the pits with big damage, Chaz.
I didn't see this incident happen. Let's just try and find what's gone on here. I think they may have been involved in... No, they weren't involved in this one with Roy Maas. Would it have been... Here we go then. It was Rudolf Nagel apparently at the time, but I think they might have just had some issue with the car. Onto the brakes, into the hairpin. Dynamics Porsche. Oh, and then the GT4 car hits them as well. Ouch. And then, yeah, Hendrik de Graeve says this is 4 hours of just rush hour traffic. Erin Barber gets going again, but that's a very second-hand car. And the runners-up in last season's championship not having a good opening, are they, Hasse?
Not at all, and just like the Traxxas by J&V Service Machine getting hit earlier, this is some of the cars that were actually able to challenge the Urano Esports #1 machine for overall lead in the BLC1 Radicals class. And that's going to be a big ask now, because it's going to require some very bad luck for Urano. And what we know about that lineup of drivers is that they're very good at keeping in luck. That's a bit of a send from the Dynamics machine. Yeah, this.
Oh. Jan O'Leary having a moment there. That was just off the end of that previous lap. I think he's probably had enough and he's decided to come in now. This is a battle for position, by the way. This is the last podium spot in the Porsche class at the moment in BLC2. This is Joel Eulenbroek with EF Van Genechten just behind him. Both very quick drivers indeed. This is the GTE Racing Porsche with the Vapor Shop RDI Motorsport car just behind. And I think they get the 2 fast repairs, Thomas. I'll have to confirm that. Hopefully someone from the series. Go on.
I just checked in, because I saw the comment in chat as well. They have 1 for this race.
Wow.
Just the 1.
Ruthless. A bit of an update as well, by the way, everybody. With the reset on the sim that I've done with the connection problems, and obviously having cars flashing us out all the time and moving up and down the order, what I'm going to do is on the hour mark we'll do a quick update for you as to where everybody is. We'll just take a very quick break, because Hasse and I will be taking breaks just on each hour after we give you an update, and then I'll reset the sim just so we can try and get every car on there, because I want to bring the best possible broadcast we can, and at the end of the day we're not doing that if we've got timing that's all over the place. It's no fault of SDK or anything like that. It's simply that I didn't realise these settings existed. I've not been commentating on series with this many cars for a long time, and maybe some sort of update has thrown that out. So I apologise, everybody, that's on me, but we will make sure that we do our very best to get it sorted for you guys, so please do forgive us. Someone that's not going to be asking for forgiveness soon is Kobe Class, because he's going to really try something here, hasn't he, Hasse, as we go on board with the ever beautiful sounding Porsche Cup car.
Yeah, the Flat 6 is a harmonious symphony to listen to indeed, as it revs up through, goes all the way past 8,000 for needing to change up. And this battle has been going on for quite some time, and I think Kobe Class here isn't perhaps, I don't necessarily think he's too hasted about things here. I think he's actually quite comfortable just sitting behind the G-Drive car, knowing that the 13 car has pace as well. He might be confident in the laps that he's putting in right now as well. Be able to save just a little bit of fuel and hanging back, and just maybe waiting for his run whenever the opportunity arises. He has been there for quite some time, that's very much true. So just how he approaches it, it's going to be interesting to see.
Yeah, some drivers you do see in races like this, they do get pretty pleased to just sit behind the car in front, because they know that there's no point pushing too hard at this stage of a race. You know, there's no point trying to force an issue and scream your way past everybody in front. You know, sometimes what it's worth doing is just trying to get into the head of your rivals. If you can stick with them, as we've got 3 wide just ahead into the chicane, if you can stick with them, oh, as that gets close with Kobe Class. So Class gets close. But if you can stick behind them and get into their head a little bit and just prove to them that you're faster over the course of a lap, then the next time they see you on track, they'll be thinking, oh heck, it's that car that was quicker than us, you know what I mean? And with having more than one driver in a team as well in an event like this, you've got that advantage of you can switch out to an even quicker driver if you have one, or even if your slower driver is the one putting them under pressure. it's all the mind games, and that's what I love about endurance racing. There's so many variables in this sort of race that you just never know. It's not over until the very, very last second in these sorts of races, and there's such an attraction to it. I know a lot of people don't enjoy endurance racing, but I think it's fantastic, don't you?
Yeah, I think as well. I think it's the best sort of racing for me. I think I can get super excited about sprint racing as well, but I think, as you say, the many dimensions that these sorts of races bring in, the being 2 or more drivers in every team, and just how are the paces of the different drivers when compared to one another, and tactics and crashes, and even in iRacing, as complex as iRacing, we have mechanical failures. If you pick up a bit of engine damage, or you can even just overstretch your engine in some cars, or under some kinds of conditions, what I meant to say. You can even find your engine just overheating from being in traffic for too long and being too close to the car behind. So there really is a multitude of things, and a very big, let's say, palette of possible outcomes for races like this, which I think makes it very exciting, both to watch, but especially to commentate upon, because you also get to actually have to get in the mindset of the drivers, the teams, and you have to be a bit more analytical of the race to be able to get into these details, and it's I love it.
Well, just a bit of an update then for some penalties that we've had. They've been giving out quite a few so far. We've had the number 9 car, which is the BMS Esport GT3 Cup car, has had a stop and go for passing before the start line. The number 16 car has had a penalty for avoidable contact with the number 71, and there's quite a lot of avoidable contact penalties being given out at the moment, which is a shame. The number 40 car has had 2 of them, with the number 25 twice as well. So if you're in the number 25 car, then you probably won't be too excited about racing. Actually, no, sorry, there is the number 25 and then the 025. And the number 40 car has apparently made contact with the pair of them. That's the car at Pils Racing Porsche. We did say earlier they were making a bit of a nuisance of themselves, but, you know, it's part of it. It's part of motorsport. It's part of racing. You're going to have contact. And the Radion Motorsport by QSR car is actually out. That was the Radical, I think, that was in... No, that was the Edge Esports car, wasn't it? It was in the pits before. Bart de Vos. Jens Goosens was one of the GT4 Porsches, and unfortunately no longer with us in this race. Now, this battle once again has reignited, Hasse. The 2 Porsches stuck together. Steve Kleiss, sorry Steve, one day I'll get it right, with Kobe Klass right behind him, chasing him once again. And there's... Oh, Steve gets sideways through turn 1. He's not going to be chasing for much longer. Through goes Kobe. Look at that. It gives him more room than he needs, but plays it nice and safe. And that's all it can take, isn't it? Bit of commentator's curse, bit of lightning.
That's exactly what Kobe Klaus was waiting for. He was just being patient, knowing that if I just keep on being here and putting in the pace to just be on his bumper, he's probably going to get enough of it already. And he did eventually here. We're getting close to the hour mark. We're heading into the... so I say second quarter of the race, as Mathieu Detry here is quite close to the Flemish car ahead, the number 14, and that's actually a battle for podium places, Chaz.
It is, and we've got, well, 3/4 of the race to go, and these Audis are still stuck together, but pit stops will soon be upon us. That's one of the more exciting things in this race, is the pit stop strategies. We saw it in the 24 hours of Zolder just last month on Halloween, and even over 4 hours. I mean, we've seen it in the past, haven't we, when we've done 6-hour races, Hasse, that the pit stop strategies, as there's little Radical just popping up out of nowhere, we've seen the pit stop strategies can vary a lot, even over a 4-hour and 6-hour race, can't they, just based on who stays out for an extra lap here or there.
Yeah, that can really make the difference, and once you start taking into consideration any unplanned pit stops as well, they can throw you off schedule. It's often it ends up being the decisive factor. You can see battles that are really close on track until the last 20-odd minutes of a race, and you come to the last pit stop, and one of the cars don't need to pit at that point. It just sails on for an easy placement. And often when we talk to the drivers mid-race, or we get drivers from the different teams joining us in chat during the race and such, I'm surprised to see how often the drivers are well ahead, and it seems most teams at least are very strategic when it comes to the planning of pit stops and such, and they know what's coming, and it's a good thing to know, because if you're in a battle with a car that's gonna take a late pit stop and you know it, it's another good reason not really to race him and not to risk anything, because you know that, hey, no matter what, we're gonna take him come the end of the race, and if there's no real other threat from anywhere else, and it's the only car that you're, in quotation marks, really racing, that could be a really viable approach in the end.
Yeah, that's it. There's again, it comes back to the variables, doesn't it? Some of these teams, they'll plan out when they're going to do their pit stops from the very, very get-go, and they'll think, right, we'll come in on around this time or this sort of minute of the race. Some of them plan it down to each minute, but then other times you'll have drivers that say, we'll just stay out until it runs out of fuel each time, just run it till the end. But then you've got to factor in if you get caught up in incidents, if you get damage, if you're getting stuck behind another car. Not pointing fingers, but Mathieu Detry looks like he's stuck behind Keanu Bourguignon at the minute. These little differences are what adds up at the end. So if Detry is that much quicker than the Flemish car in front and could be chasing class leader Bram van Putten in the G-Drive car, all of this time holding him up could cost them the race at this point. They might not know it. You could say it's detrimental to his performance, but at the moment, that's detrimental to the Flemish car. Through the chicane, runs a bit wide. Commentator's curse strikes again.
Yeah, and Detry goes up into second place there. I think we saw that coming as well, because he's been pushing for quite some time now. They've been close. He's been patient in his approach, not taking any chances or risks, and again waiting till the sort of obvious opportunity that you'd like to have as a driver, where you, not to say that anything is really easy, especially with the amount of different cars that we have on track here tonight, but where it's sort of an easy move. It wasn't very, very well executed though from Mathieu in that situation up ahead. The Vapor Shop Porsche is out running again, and there's another good point to be made. I think that the number 2 car, the Radical, that was running well, we saw him pit in, but they're not out yet. SimRC still in the pit, Chad. I think they might be out there.
Yeah, I think they got damage early on, didn't they? I think they took their fast repair that time. So I think now they've got to go through the whole process of getting that repaired now. And that's probably going to be their race done with. Jean-Louis Deschamps, by the way, and Davy Suffliers are having a battle with Jelle Verstraeten. We've got a car off, Bart Levens. He's leaving the circuit. Gets back on. He almost has to pay for a ticket to get back in. He was that far off. But manages to continue. Stephen DeWolf has made me laugh a little bit in chat, because he's saying about Kleiss and Klaas, saying it's not easy for an Englishman, I'm sure. To be honest, I always do feel sorry for people that try and learn the English language as well, because can you imagine trying to learn English and then getting to the word yacht? Because I'm sorry, but who came up with the idea that yacht, spelled as it is, makes the sound that it does? Because that would blow my mind. Anyway, we've got a great inter-BMW battle here. It's McDonald's against Falcon. McDonald's against Racing for Zolder. Great to have Zolder on board, by the way, with the Virtual Belcar E-Series. Very pleased indeed. Now behind them, Jelle Verstraeten, well, just manages to sneak up the inside. He's going to try and get past the Sky Limit Racing for Zolder car now as well. Look at this. Little Porsche just sandwiched between the two M4s. I do admire the M4. I really do. I think it's a phenomenal GT4 car. I saw a lot of them in the British GT Championship. And when you see it on track, even in the sim, it looks odd compared to the others. But when you see it against, rear-engine McLarens, you see it against Aston Martin Vantage GT4 cars, Mercedes AMG GTs, Audi R8s, and then there's just this big, massive BMW. I mean, BMW make big GT cars, don't they? But when you see a car that big, it just looks like a touring car amongst them that someone's whacked a massive engine in, and that's pretty much what it is. It's great. Away from my little revelation, Brian Loins has apparently had an incident here, Hasse.
Yeah, just watching it. It's into the final chicanes, he takes a proper 180 pirouette before he rolls onto that's the national circuit run-in, I think, and that's well placed indeed, because he got out of the way of incoming traffic. He was able to just take off again, no harm done to the car, and that's the sort of if you gotta have spins, that's the sort of spins you want to have.
It is indeed. Oh, as the number 13 Porsche gets stuck behind the GT4 car and the BMS Audi, the M4 in there as well. I think maybe a bit of contact. Now I want to go on board with the McDonald's car because I want to play Where's Waldo. Let's have a look at the back of this M4 in front. And, there's no chance of spotting him, is there? Belcar series commenting, saying they're looking for him as well. Look at this check up into the hairpin. Oh, there's cars all over the shop. It's brilliant. This is what we love about this championship. There's such a humongous difference in all of the speed. And, Stephen DeWolf has said, yacht isn't that bad, it's Worcestershire sauce. That's the worst English language. Yes. To be fair, the Chumley pageant of power, Chumley is spelt Cholmondeley, and apparently it's pronounced Chumley. Anyway, just as a quick update then for you, everybody, we have Fabrice Cornelis in the Urano Esports car leading the way in the Radicals at the moment. Traxxas by J&V Services, the only car on the same lap as them at the moment. We have Jorn van den Akker and Martin Dekkens apparently battling for position, although Dekkens is quite clearly ahead. In the Porsches, Budwin Kuster is now in the pit lane for Bingoal by Simtag EMG. Vince Peters is just getting on board that car now. Then we have Gulhelm Pipers second in that class, and EF van Genekten. And then Hasse will take you through the top three in GT4. Yes,
indeed, and that shall be my pleasure. It's still Senna Hilsmans who's leading the class for Flemish Sim Sports. And it's Andrea Ayman for BMS Esport GT4 Belcar, a very beautiful Porsche as well, with Olivier van Erck, the Team MRS car, the number 50 machine. They've been flying completely under the radar. They're sitting third in class in a very good position so far, and with a clean car at this point, it's looking good for them.
Is indeed, and in the TCRs, Bram van Putten is putting in a good performance, you could say, once again for G-Drive Racing Eximiet. Mathieu Detry is second in class in the Optimal Sim Racing Blue Audi, and then Keanu Reeves, Beef Bourguignon, one of my favourite drivers in all of the series we cover on Simracersworld TV, in the Flemish Sim Sports white Audi. What I'm going to do right now, everybody, is just going to take a quick break here, just so we can get the sim reset and just change all of these the details with getting all of the information from the sim. So if you just bear with me a few minutes, you'll hear the car sounds just go completely dead, and I'll be back with you, and Hasse as well, in about 5 minutes time, just while we get the sim restarted. So please do bear with us. I'll be back in just a sec. just fixing these issues at the moment, everybody. Please just do bear with us for a few more minutes. Just tried getting back into the sim again, and it seemed like it was still having the same issue. So what I've done is I've completely withdrawn from the session and then re-gone in, just in case it's sort of storing any session settings anywhere between my PC and the server. So we're just going to do it as if I've joined completely from fresh, and we'll see what we get from here. So just bear with me a few more minutes and we should be in. I'm also going to put my mic up a little bit, actually, because it seems like it was very quiet before, so apologies for that, everybody. I should be a little bit louder now, which is not up to everybody's desires, but at the end of the day, sometimes you have to be a little bit louder, don't you? 2 more minutes then, and we'll be right back in. Cheers. Yes, you hear race cars, everybody, and we are back for the next part, the next hour or so of the Virtual Belcar Winter Series 2020. My name is Chaz Draycott, alongside me Hasse. Thank you very much for your patience there, everybody. And if you look on the left-hand side, would you look at that? It seems like it's fixed it. Thank you very much, Hendrik de Grave, you hero, and thank you everybody watching for your utmost patience. Absolutely love it. Hasse, we've had a very interesting first hour in this race so far. A lot of positions changing around, but to be honest, it's been a bit of a lively one, hasn't it?
It very much has. There in the first 5 minutes alone, there was so much action that we could hardly get our heads really around it. It's been unpredictable, to say the least. It's still very, very close at several parts of the field, although the battles for positions that are going on relatively spread out right now. In the sense that for now, with still almost 3 hours remaining of the race, it doesn't really have to take a lot for positions to start changing all over again. So to judge from the first 5 minutes, it's not over yet at all. And actually, just before we came back on, the Urano esports car had a huge moment in traffic. Here is Daniel Pastor's in the car now, and yeah, that was a huge one, as he was actually onto the grass, I think, as well. I'm not sure if everyone saw that, but close it was. Actually, talking about battles for position, Chaz, the J&V Services number 3 car there of Traxxas and J&V Services is right on the tail of the Urano esports car.
Yeah, it's getting closer and closer all of the time between these guys. There we go, I fixed his name now. Daniel Pastor. He's not going to be wanting to go to church after this one, I'll tell you that. Cedric Wouters, he'll be praying to get a move done, but this Traxxas by J&V Services car, like you say, mate, flying at the moment. But they pitted on lap 6, and the Urano car pitted on lap 44, so it just shows you that that little difference is all it takes to seemingly put them back in the race. And I think that, to be honest, the Urano car will probably be very grateful for the fact that there is that overlap, and they'll be thinking, right, great, we can get away. Robin van Gog's had an issue in all of this, in this number 54 Porsche. Turns in. Oh, there's a radical there, mate. Oh, heck. And that's the thing with the radicals, isn't it? They can sneak up on you so quickly.
Yeah, and the thing we're seeing often that's happening is that they come out from behind another car, and then their scent on one car actually takes them through on another as well. And because we have 4 classes of cars on track here, you have 2 or even 3. It's just that little bit easier to get your head around the different classes and what speed the different cars you encounter in traffic are actually going to be traveling at. Because, of course, every class here has its own dynamics to it, its own straight line speed capabilities, its own cornering capabilities, and it's about finding out just how to pass the different class. And it's going to be different for the Radicals, it's going to be different for the 911 Cups, and it's going to be very hard for the GT4s to pass the TCRs, as we've seen already. Those 2 classes are actually kind of mixed up in terms of position.
They are indeed, and you can see on the left-hand side there on the timing tower, which is now staying still. Thank God for that. G-Drive Racing Exemia are the lead TCR car in BLC4. Now, these 2 GT4 cars we're watching here, this is the Greenleaf Racing car and the B-Sim Racing car, fighting for position. But at the front, it has changed round, and Cedric Wouters is in front of Daniel Pastor as they chase the catch up to the BMW M4. We'll go on board with Daniel as they squeeze around the outside and then to the right of the Porsche, or to the left. Oh no! Cedric Wouters is off! No, Cedric! Oh, that was horrible.
And mind you, they've already spent their fast repair, so this is, he just thinks he's gonna go right, and then he realizes that the Porsche Cup car is traveling to that direction of the track, and just slowly going across. You can see why he gets confused in the situation, and all happens so quickly, and the closing speed coming out of the corners in the radicals is huge. So we didn't really have the time to react, and the car's very, very badly off indeed.
Oh, such a shame. And he's hit a solid concrete wall as well on that part of the circuit, going off there, limping back to the pits. That's such a horrible moment for them. Oh, as Deckens has had an issue as well. This lap is bad luck for Radicals. Oh, Martin's done it all on his own. Look at that. Look how quickly it can go around. He doesn't hit a wall or anything by the look of it. Oh, he tries to drive forward. He reverses out of the wall, but there was already damage on the right-hand side of the car there. What a nightmare for him. So, like I say, Hasse, at this point in the race, you don't want to be in a Radical, really. We've got Davy Suffaliers just getting past Nelson Costa de Sousa. That's a fantastic name. It gives him a nudge of encouragement there, saying, go on then, get on with it, I'll headbutt you. The Audi and BMW drivers, typically, on the motorway, are some of the worst, sticking right behind each other and pushing each other along. There's a prime example. He just needs to make sure that Nelson Costa de Sousa just needs to be on his phone now and flashing his headlights with the other hand.
That was actually a prime example of classic Audi behavior, and I feel like at least here in Denmark, it's kind of changed with the times. When I was younger, it was always BMWs doing that thing. Now it's changed. It's sort of more the Audi thing to do, to be 2 meters off the bumper of the car, flashing, come on, I got aces to be.
I think over here now, it's the people that drive Vauxhall Insignias that do it. They've all got blacked out windows, and it's usually a hire car as well. And they absolutely, you sit there on the bypass, and it's a 70-mile-an-hour limit, and you're sitting there doing 70, and these things are right up your backside doing 115, with a wheel trim missing, and a big dent in the front arch, and diesel spillage all down the fuel cap and everything. So we've got Radicals in the pits, away from me being sour. Traxxas by J&V Services obviously in there, and Dieter Arts for Dynamics Radical Racing in there too. Pim Bao for the Ecris BMW has just been overtaken by Dynamics Racing Blue in the Porsche for position as they recover. That's Thies van den Berg as he needs to recover again. Red wheels on that car look good, don't they?
They really do, but he's going to have a slowdown for that cut of the chicane as we see the BMW retaking the position. And Thijs van den Berge, of course, also a driver in the SRW NASCAR series as well. Behind a couple of GT4s that I think are still on a 4-position battle, this one here.
Yeah.
It is for 12th and 13th place in class. This is the 35th overall. The 912 car, which I was looking for, of Alex Bynes for B Sim Racing. Oh, the Greenleaf GT4 machine there, looking to get up the inside. There's a race leader coming through, so better watch out for that. Very close. This is Jelle Verstraeten, of course. Again, having a good old look and make himself shown in the mirrors. And the might have a run here as he's kind of marshaled towards the outside of the track, forced to take the very long way around, and that just slows him down enough not to get the run up on the 912 machine. That's crafty defending, but he gets a good run here for Stratton, and I think he might just get the run here. Oh, someone's off in behind, Chaz.
I think that's Kenny Herremans. It's not. This is Kenny Herremans. That was, I think, maybe Brian Loynes going off in the background. Olivier Peters has gone off as well. Kenny Herremans has had his own issue in the final corner, just getting the car stopped. Brian Loynes has gone off there, and it spins again as it comes back on. Robin van Gogh has also gone off circuit in his Porsche. He's at a bouncy moment through the chicane. Does it go the other way? It does. Does he miss the wall just? And then somehow continues. Now, Olivier Peters has gone off circuit. Laura Luft has also gone off track. This is Olivier Peters. And part of me thinks that's Laura Luft as well that's gone off. Let's have a look. Lo and behold, it's Laura Luft for BMS Esports. Getting ploughed into there by the BMW. That was for 10th in class. Hold your brakes. Oh, flipping heck. If there's one thing that you can get taught in iRacing early on, it is hold your brakes when you have an incident. We've got Olivier Van Herk having his own incident as well. That's race leader Fabrice Cornelis' team of Urano Esports. Daniel Pashto has a scary moment. Oliver Van Herk decides to build a rallycross track at Donington Park down the hill. Oof. Scary moment, but this is Olivier Peters, who was the I don't want to say the guilty party really, but one car hit the other very clearly. Oh, as he drives into the Porsche as well. Now I know I'm not going to sort of point fingers or anything here, but I know that there is a big I rating spread in this race. Olivier Peters has got, to be fair, 1,350, which is more than some people do. Daniel Pashto, by the way, 8,183 I rating. Now that's unbelievable. And I think at the opposite end of the scale, Bart Levens, who's doing a fine job in the BMS Audi, has 551 I rating. And to be honest, he's doing a fine job. It just shows as well. And the thing is, I rating's just, it's not always an indication, is it, of everything?
No, it isn't. The main factor of that being that the who are mostly interested in league racing won't ever really see their I rating change. If they get stuck on a low I rating through a period of bad luck or whatever you want to call it in the Official racing here as TCR leader Bram van Putten goes off here on the left-hand side. He keeps it orderly and decides to take the rallycross route, but stays on track in the end, or keeps the car running, and that's of course the most important point. But
that was the two BMS cars just swapping places there. That was Laura Luft letting Robin van Gogh go through. Now this is for position with the G-Drive Audi in front overall in the race. Obviously G-Drive leading the Audi TCR class, BLC 4, but again just showing the pace of that machine, but on the straights no match for the Porsche.
No, and that's where you got to do it as well in the GT4. If you try to get a run on the Audi through the corners, if you want to overtake through the corners, it's going to hamper both of you wildly in the end. And it's quite risky, as we've seen on a few occasions here. So a wise decision from Robin van Gogh to just choose the straight for his overtaking opportunity. Here is Thijs van den Berge, who's still going on for a recovery drive. Mind you, the number 16 Dynamics car was running well earlier, but they've been in for repairs as so many cars as in this race. And we've seen absolute heartbreak not too long ago, Chaz, when the Traxxas by J&V Services car really got stricken, you could say, and they're still in for repairs.
Yep, still sat in the pit lane, unfortunately. The Sim RC car's back out with Michael Mittner at the wheel. All the way up the hill towards McLean's, chasing down one of the other radicals just in front there. And the Traxxas by J&V Services car just in the pits now then with, well, not much hope by the look of that car at the minute. Dries Rohart's just lost a position to Maxime van den Hove in the GTE Racing Porsche Cup car. Two very good looking machines. Oh, late on the brakes there, the 99. Nearly into the back of the BMS Audi. Trying to see which number that is, but they've decided to put green against silver. So I can't read. 34. The number 34 machine, which is Wim Everarts. BMS Esport TCR 4. That is 810 I rating for Wim. Currently bottom of the class, but 9th. But still, at the end of the day, surviving and pushing on. Laura Luft still also pushing on as well. And, oh, there's the Ecris BMW down the inside. And the CCTS Audi has a bit of a moment there, just right behind, having to check up out of the corner. But the Porsche, more pace up the hill. The BMS car there, flashing the headlights. Trying to find which of the BMS Audis that is. It's not Bart Levens. Is that Wim? No, it wasn't Wim Everarts. It was Olivier Bultink flashing his lights, probably at the optimal Sim Racing Blue Audi that's just in front for position. Or is he actually? No, that's not for position. That is not the Audi. That is the CCTS car. That is a lap down. 6th in class at the moment. This is getting busy, isn't it? Oh, 3 wide, 3 different classes all together. Laura Luft is guiding that Porsche around at the moment, trying to stay out of the way. She's not on pace, unfortunately, but she's she did a 1 minute 45 last time round compared to the 1:36 and the 1:38 of Alex Bayens, who is there trying to catch up. So we've got a bit of an overlap here with some of these drivers, and this is what we expected to see. You know, you get the different pace. There is Laura Luft, just coming out of McLean's, going up towards Coppice. Uphill, blind apex, horrible corner is Coppice, and looking down the inside already, Alex Bayens. Onto the throttle, out of Coppice, then down towards the Foggett ES's. He's in the slipstream. There goes the Boudwin Kuster machine on the left-hand side, although I don't think it's Boudwin in the car anymore, is it? No, it's Vince Peters. Oh, there's a car off on the left. Comes back on. That is that CCTS Esports Audi?
I think it is.
I think it might be. Oh, no, actually, it's one of. I think it's. Is it Milan Phaetons? It is. Milan's just lost the rear end there into the chicane, and that's easy to do. That's the Radeon Motorsport car. I should know that. They're in the Z1 Dashboard TCR series. Silly Chaz. Silly Chaz. Now this is Gregory Aikmans trying to get past Frank Oosterhuis. Fantastic name, fantastic spec map as well. And to be honest, the Dynamics Racing Blue Porsche not having it their own way at the moment, and this is part of the beauty of it. when you get teams like this that are in a faster class, in inverted commas, trying to get through the slower classes, in inverted commas, they do get this overlap sometimes where if they defend, it's actually a very difficult job.
Yeah, indeed. As you just see him swing out, I think, Chaz, we've had an incident with the race leader of Urano Esports here. Oh, that's...
It's already bad. Now, what's happened here? That's the Vapor Shop RDR car. Oh, he's had a spin because of the damage. Now, I'm just going to try and see. He has had an issue before this. This is what... Oh! It's with the... Sven Janssens has apparently gone off circuit. Is this something to do with it? Yes. Oh, Sven loses the back end in the Porsche. Oh, and the one car that he hits. Then there's the 33 Audi involved as well. That's Bart Levens in the BMS TCR machine. And, well, welcome to endurance racing, folks. That is how ruthless it can be. Using that fast repair, though. But still, it's a pit stop they didn't want. Oh, Gregory Aikmans has had an issue as well in this Porsche. He's not having a great time of this, is he? Gregory trying to get back through the order. Onto the brakes. Oh, a bit too hot into the hairpin. Straight on. Big marks in the grass and the gravel. Finds the escape road and back on. Matthias Mars is now losing places as well here, Hasse, but to have the race leader have a hit like that, and they're still leading the race somehow, obviously taking the fast repair into account, is pretty good going. But there is the Sim Stickers car just finishing a lap. So they're still like half a lap ahead. There's 1 minute and 23 seconds between the two. That's nearly a lap, actually. Although, no, they're going past the pits now, so it's come down. It's about, wait for it to stabilise, about 36 seconds. That's some flipping good going, that.
Yeah, it really is. And we saw Brian Loynes not too long ago have an incident of his own, and I think it's very much been a war of attrition there in the radical field so far. It's, as he goes up the inside of the 99 Porsche there, I don't think that seemed to be a dodgy moment. Indeed, that was Maxim van den Hove. He's in second place in the 911 Cup class. But it's incredible to see the Sim Stickers car all of a sudden there in second place, because I didn't really expect them to be up there, and it's just been so attritional, and just with an hour and a half gone here, and a big incident causing the race leader, Urano Esports, to use their only permitted fast repair. That's going to be a big bump for them indeed, because one more incident and it could be all over.
It can indeed. That was a change for position overall in the race. Dieta Arts going past Damien Allo in the Traxxas by JWS Motorsport car. Dynamics Radical Racing now up to third place overall in this race and third in class. Nice job from them so far. So Bingoal by Simtag EMG still leading the Porsches from Optimal Sim Racing Red. Nice to see them going so well up there. GTE Racing, Maxime van den Hove in third. Dries Rohart, after that incident before, is now in P4. But Christoph Race is going to be looking racy, you could say. It's probably Ras. I've probably got it wrong again. I'm no good with these Belgian names. I do apologise. But he is chasing down the fellow Porsche in front as he gets down the inside of the Audi. Oh, we've had Bram Bellemans have an issue. Adam McNally has also had an issue. Adam McNally was chasing the number 99 Porsche. Oh, locks up, clips the grass, or just drags the car out wide. And then we've had Milan Phaetons go off again in the Radeon Audi. Just runs a bit too deep in the old hairpin. Gets back on. This is Bram Bellemans having an issue. Brab. That's not me doing sound effects. He's going to light it up on the exit. Ready? Rear end. One way and then the other. Brab. Yep, definitely. Laura Luft has gone off track, I'm afraid. Oh, no. She's on the inside.
Oh.
Big hit from the Porsche Cup car behind.
Oh.
That's a shame, that. She wanted to go down the inside to get out of the way, but the Porsche expected to have to go down the inside. That's just really unfortunate. Jeremy Hessels has had an accident. Hopefully nothing to do with this BMW M4 behind him, the number 30 car. Nope. He's done this on his own by the look of it. Oh, slow spin out the final corner. It's easy to do that because it's downhill and you're slowing down to then get back onto the power. This is Laura Luft just going around the final corner. And it is Ras, not race. So thank you, Hans. Thank you, Hansy. Great to see you as ever, mate. And thank you for my vote as well. Hans has been very open about the fact he's voted for me in the VCO Commentator of the Year, Sim Racing Commentator of the Year, Simmy Awards vote. Now, this is getting a bit feisty for Vapor Shop because the car behind is for position. That's Christoph Ras in the 999 car. So it's 111 versus 999. They've also got, I think that's the Reclaimer Maker BE car. Well, he was in the way, now he's not. Very much gone.
And it seems to me that Christoph Ras is in a good position. Try and make a move there on the Vapor Shop machine in front because he's been closing the gap over the last few minutes here. Since he got in the car, basically. It's been a strong return for the 999 Flemish Simsport machine so far. They're looking pretty good on pace. Still having kept the car clean, and that's the car. It's 999, and then that's what they have on the rear wheel. On the rear wing, I'm sorry, in German, is 999. Come on, that's a very good pun indeed.
I like that. They've actually... Hans has just messaged me and just said they've got something on the side of the wing as well, apparently. I don't know if I can make that out. I don't really want to go into chase cam because I hate breaking the immersion, but we might have to for the sake of seeing what that is, unless Hans just tells me what it is. But I'm sure that he'll want to keep me guessing. Anyway, he said 100. He's saying 126 people are watching now. 126 votes can be made, just saying. Well, if you want to try and rope people into it, try and grab a link and see what you can get. But we've got a wonderful battle going on track here. We've had, Lawrence Klutz has had an issue in the CCCS Audi. This car having a bit of a rough race so far. See what happens here. Down into the hairpin, way too hot. Gets it stopped. Gets back around. Apparently, Lawrence Klutz had an issue, but to me, that doesn't look like an accident, does it?
Not really, unless it's here. He goes into the pits.
Yeah, that's fine.
Looks like it's
very
a
strange.
regular old pit stop.
Yeah, very strange indeed. Well,
so
you can have.
They got passed. I think Christoph Ras passed on the Vapor Shop car, if I'm very much not mistaken. He is.
Ah, okay, I know what it is now. So the crash threshold speed, which is a setting within the overlay that tells us when someone has had a crash or stopped on track, is 20 kilometers an hour. So when a car goes very slowly, almost comes to a stop, then it will come up. But I've set that to 0 now, so we're not going to get any false readings. Now, Kevin van der Wielen, a bit further down, is just on the back of Jonas Windy in the JJ Motorsport car. He actually looks down the inside already in the Desopit Racing team. The BMW blinks in and out very quickly, and into the pits comes the GT4 Porsche. So, pit stop for them. Just waiting to see what they can do when they come back out, because we've seen this a bit over the season, obviously the prior season to this, where drivers would not want to get held up, would they? As soon as that pit window came open and they thought, right, now would be an alright time to pit, they got out the traffic as quickly as they could.
Yeah, indeed, and it does make sense if you know that you have an actual window and you don't necessarily have to run the tank completely dry before coming in. It's really something you can gain a lot of time on because, mind you, heavy traffic's easily going to cost you 2-3 seconds a lap, and that's time you could be spared if you pit at the right time. And thus also sometimes we see cars just popping out of the pits, and after a pit stop round, when everybody's been out, all of a sudden we see somebody who's made up 2-3 positions or gained 15 seconds or something, which could seem quite crazy, but it's, when you count it out, it's maybe, 5-6 laps of being in traffic that you weren't, and that can really make a big difference in the end. And you really see it also at races like Le Mans with the fast LMPs and such, always trying to come in at the perfect time. Although, to be fair myself, that might be a little bit less these days with the fuel tank sizes being that small as they are. But back in the days, at least, when you had a little bit more window to work with.
Yeah, that's it. There was certainly a bigger window way back when, but now with balance of performance, everyone needs to try and keep things as close as possible. Now this is the Reclamaker BE Porsche, Hans Blankart at the wheel. Doing a great job so far, because considering these guys had a crash on the first lap of the race, back up to 16th overall, an hour and a half into the race. Looking very pokey so far. We've got Kimber Hayes just coming in the pit lane. We've got some of the GT4s and TCRs in there. Mike Goosens just on his way out in the BMS car. I think BMS have got 4 cars out there. Phil Verheyen's trying to blend in with the grass in the Composer Racing BMW. Not quite working for you there, mate. Let's see what happens here. Just a bit too hot into the hairpin. It is downhill. It's a horrible braking zone. Oh, Mike Goosens, who I just mentioned a moment ago. Oh, there's a car around there. Mike Goosens has just gone off the track and come back on. But we just had, I think, Gregory Aikman's. Oh, he's lost it on his own in the Dynamics car.
It's been a rough patch so far for Gregory Aikman's here. In the 16 machine, he's found himself off the track on a few occasions here. Mike Goosens in the 33 machine, very much so as well. And somehow it seems that the incidents we have sometimes comes in waves. Because often have we found 2-3 cars going off all by their own, but within a very limited space of time in the end. But what I think we have to remember here, Chaz, as well, is that with this amount of cars on track, almost 50 cars on the grid for this race, and a track that's, what, 4 kilometers long?
Yeah.
It's just bound to be a very busy spot of tarmac, and everybody's fighting for space all the time indeed. And normally when you're racing, and especially in endurance racing, you find yourself getting into a rhythm. And we've had an incident here for Dries Roar that comes way too hard into there, but manages to keep it on the gravel, which he's going to be happy for in the end. Oh.
Hello.
Hello.
Drifty poos through there. Ben Thanes has got past Abel Court for P31. That car now, after pitting, making his way back up the order. We need to look as well, Jeremy Hessels, who has got Thomas Podprocki prodding at him at the back of his Porsche Cup car. He's knocking on the door, you could say, to try and get into the top 10 overall in this race. We'll go on the nose camera of this beautiful machine. Up through the gears, up towards Coppice. You can see how blind the apex is at Coppice, and there's a big chunk of dirt on the inside that you can cut, but if you get it just a bit too much, then you'll get yourself a slowdown for this straight, and it really does hurt. Now Podprocki has to try and go round the GT4 car in front there, the number 54 machine. That, of course, the BMS Esports TCR car, apparently. They're just making their way down the hill onto the brakes. And down the inside goes the unlucky 13, Thomas Podprocki, new driver to the series. Last time we had, I think, Marvin Julian-Mamants, who was driving that one with Steve Kleiss. But Urano Esports at the moment, Daniel Pastor, even after that incident before, 41-second lead for the man with over 8,000 I rating. It's been a terrific performance so far, with just under 20 minutes before we get to the halfway point, Hasse. Did we expect anything different, or did we think, new season, new challenges for this team?
I was expecting a little bit, to say that, more of the same from last season, to be honest. It'd be strange to see drivers of this caliber finding their pace dropping off all of a sudden, unless the organizers chose to add an extra 20 or 30 kilos to the car to even out things. But it's really been the main deciding factor for me has been the attrition, especially in the radicals class. And have a look at the standings. It really tells a story about it. Only 4 radicals running at the moment. There might be a few others going down, but I think there aren't really.
We've got
the
Matthias Mas.
They're back out. So Traxxas by J&V Service is stricken. They're down, but they're not out. They're still running, and you know what, Chaz? With 2 hours or 20 minutes left, there might very much as well be points to be picked up here for SimRC, which is of course a very good reason to keep battling away. But it's been tough going for all the radicals so far. Simracers back out again, so they haven't thrown the towel in either, and that's great to see. Of course, same thing applies to them. They're going to be able to claw back a lot of places. Very tight traffic here. But a thing worth noting is that it's only the number 7 car of SimStickers that's currently on the lead lap, and that might be a little bit of a surprise.
Yeah, only 2 cars on the lead lap then. Just shows you how well they are driving. And it's great to see SimStickers up there, actually. We'll go on board with Brian Loynes. I first saw this team in the Simracersworld Formula 3 Series. They've been real stalwarts of that championship. Brian Loynes, Paul Godden, Ross Nicholson, who's also driving this car in this series. And they've decided to make the step up into this championship and give it a go, and they're doing a fantastic job so far, to be honest. Very, very pleased with how it's going for them at the moment. Second place overall is not shabby. They've got nearly a minute on the Dynamics Radical Racing car at Draycott Arts as well. And then Damien Allo is another 18 seconds back. Rob Tyson is trying to get past Jonas Windy in the JJ Motorsport BMW just on the right of your screen. I would say the white, red, black and blue one, but there's 2 of them in the shot, to be honest, of different liveries. And the JJ Motorsport car concedes. It was blinking around a little bit before with the slightly poor connection, but this M4, there you go. This M4 makes hell of a noise, doesn't it? Crackles and rasps its way around Donington Park. I haven't seen it in the sim before. I've never commentated on this car, but as I said before, huge fan of this machine. It's got a very strange wing end plate, a very big wing as well, and a curved wing, which, who doesn't love a curved wing? Reminds me of the old Viper GT3 cars. But these M4s are fantastic bits of kit, and I mean, to be fair, just a normal road-going M4, it's a real weapon of a car. Very understated and underrated car, I think.
Yeah, indeed, and it's I think it just they for many of the nostalgians out there, it just seems to be a bit of a throwback to see the M4s in action, because they just look a bit out of place. They don't have any big wings here as Hans Blankert finds the gravel trap in a, shall we say, relatively undramatical fashion. It could have been a lot worse. That's just a little trip to the botanical garden from him there. Rob Tyson back defending from 2 mates and 2 BMWs. There's a bit of a beamer train here, as I think Rob Tyson's going to go up the inside of the 334 Audi there, and he's going to use it to his advantage to spring the gap wide open there. A bit more blinking there from Jonas Windy. And the Apex Racing number 20 911 Cup car of Kevin Tavares. They're getting stuck in it alongside the Traxxas by J&D car.
That was the second place Porsche as well. Kevin Tavares in the Optimal Sim Racing Red machine. Second in their class at the moment. Doing a fine job as things stand. And to be honest, they're one of the teams that have sort of pleasantly surprised me. You know, we don't always expect new teams to come straight in and challenge the, well, I think the dominant winners from last season, you could call them. Bingo by Simtag EMG. They're doing a smashing job as well. Brian Loynes has had a bit of an off by the look of it. Second place overall. Oh, hello. That was the XI iRacing Porsche, Adam McNally. And he had a bit of contact there, did Adam McNally, with the class leader in TCR. So Adam moves over, doesn't quite see the radical, and then... Oh, I'm not sure who that was on. Adam was right in the middle of the road. But a lap later, past his own tyre marks, and Brian Loynes continues, albeit a bit shaken, I'm sure. Closest 2 cars on track at the moment are these 2, Thomas Podrocki and Jeremy Hessels in the Porsche class. And to be honest, we had it last season, didn't we, Hasse? The Porsches are always the exciting class. There's always something going on here.
Yeah, they're always close and it's competitive, and due to the nature of the car as well, I think it's always an unpredictable class as well. And this battle in itself has been going on for the entirety of the race, because from 15 minutes in, we saw the number 8 car on the tail of the 13 machine. The tables have been turned so far. and now it's Thomas Prodpaki trying to reverse the fortunes, so to say, once more, and let's see if he can get the job done as the number 3 car squeezes in through. And I guess there's hardly a radical on track that isn't bent in one way or the other. Oh, that's Vince Peters, the race leader in the GT3 Cups.
Vince Peters has had an issue. Let's have a look. Oh, just puts a wheel on the gravel. Or even not even the gravel, just on the dirt on the outside of the old hairpin down at the bottom of the hill. We've all been there. Trust me, that won't be the first time Vince has done that. So they've lost a chunk of their lead now. It's only 4.5 seconds back to Kevin Tavares. So there goes Vince Peters, and there is Kevin. So Kevin's going to be thinking, right, these guys are making mistakes. Showtime. Let's crack on. We've had Phil Verheyen have an issue further down. What's gone on for Phil? This Composer Racing BMW's had a bit of a rough time at the moment. That's the BMS Audi. Comes in from a long way back. Oh, and just gets Robot Wars style lifted out of the way there. He just waits. He's trying to get going again. There you go. Finally gets going. Lights up the rears. Oh, nearly loses it again into traffic. Milan Phaetons has had another off in this Audi. This Radeon car. Oh, now that, to me, that looked like a hardware issue. Let's just go on board and see what happens here. Watch the wheel. Oh no, the wheel just doesn't go left again. That was very strange. The wheel sort of stayed in the same place there, didn't it?
Very a little weird, yeah.
Very odd. Now, we've seen hardware issues like that before. It does happen. We just attribute them to simulated mechanical failures that you get in real life. Because obviously the sim doesn't simulate random punctures, engine failures, things like that. Engines will fail if you just don't look after them over time. But you don't seem to see any theme of reliability from the cars. It's more just sim racing hardware and the fleshy bit behind the wheel. But this is usually me. This is Alex Bayens and Hendrik Grave. Thank you, Hendrik, for sorting out our stream issues as well before, by the way. Absolute legend. Let's hope that he can do well in the Flemish SimSports BMW. We'll go on board. It's a very odd dashboard on the BMW, isn't it? It seems like, you know, around 2008 to 2010, when everyone thought putting digitalised numbers and nice, cool-looking spaceship fonts on things, everyone thought that was cool, and it really wasn't. It's like BMW have stuck with that.
And at the same time, it seems the dashboard goes into a kind of tunnel. It's a very long way in, and I reckon if you're not at the right height, obviously in real life this is going to be adjustable, but in the sim that can easily come to actually block the view for your dashboard, which is rather annoying. Oh, someone's up there on the left-hand side. I think that's one of the BMS TCRs, or I could be wrong.
Beyond debate.
No, for once I'm right.
Bram van Oyten asking when they'll simulate grid girls. I don't think you're allowed to. You're not allowed to say the word girl anymore, are you? In this day and age. When will they simulate grid people? Now this
grid
is
women.
This is Jeffrey Mariel having a bit of a reel around himself. Spins it.
I'm sure he's not loving that. But,
I wonder if they call it the Bad at Bat Bat BMW. I'm sorry. Hendrik de Grave then has got this battle going on behind him. Pierre-Yves Dassault. I'll say your name right one day as well. Sorry, mate. And Alex Bayens in the GT4 Porsche as well. Apparently, the M4 dashboard is actually from AIM Technologies. They fit it standard in the new Ariel Atom and the new Radical Rupture. Awesome. Thank you very much for the information, Tim Jacobs. I was actually going to say, one car that has a dashboard similar to that was the 2002 Toyota Yaris, which actually had a dashboard that was, the clocks and the speed and everything was actually in the middle of the dash. And it was a really magnified big number in the middle. Everyone could see it. Laura Lufter's had another Porsche into the back of her Porsche at the old hairpin. She's on the brakes and stops the car almost. I think, if anything, this is just a bit of an experience with the sim at the moment, I think, from some of the BMS drivers. Laura just getting back on the circuit now. Just waiting. And to be fair, if anything, she's just trying to be so safe in staying out of the way. You know, she knows that some of these drivers are quicker than her. She's still out there giving it a go, which we applaud for all of these drivers, and just trying to make sure that she doesn't cause trouble for anybody, because in an endurance race like this, as just one of the 100 plus drivers out there, you do get this humongous overriding pressure, don't you, that when you've got lapped cars coming through or you're lapping other cars, you don't want to be a nuisance, do you?
No, you really want. You really want to be safe. You really want to make sure you don't end someone's race, which is so easy to do with so many bits of traffic moving around all the time. And I mentioned it earlier as well, with this rhythm you normally get into while racing. You just don't get it in the same way when all the time, every single lap, it's a new line from corner to corner because the traffic unfolds itself in a new way. And as you can see here, that is that's the GTE 911 Cup, which is a bit of an oxymoron, but it's the GTE racing team coming up. But you can just see right there, it's a pretty good example of it. You just cannot take the racing line. There's a car there. Oh, and the Flemish Simsports team BMW goes very wide and loses a position to the 912 car there.
Well, that makes all the difference. And the B-Sim racing car gets through. And up into 25th place overall, 7th position in class. These two, I was going to say, are the two closest on track, but Didier Dexters for Sky Limit Racing for Zolder is trying to get past Stefan Kalbrecht, who's in the Audi on the right-hand side of his shot. He gets ahead and filters in front. Now that BMW there is the Ekris machine. As he runs wide out of turn 1, gives a bit of a kiss to the Sky Limit Racing for Zolder car. As we've got Gregory Ekman's off again in the Porsche. He's having a nightmare, isn't he, in this thing?
Yeah, it's been a hellish stint for him so far.
You could say it's been a head Aikman's. That's too much, isn't it? Oh, now see, look, he's had a long moment there, and then the car's actually spun on exit. And fair play to him, he gets on the throttle and gets it out of the way very quickly there. Hats off, that was brilliant. That was actually very good avoidance, and nice to just play it safe, because we've all been in a spin or an incident here or there. We all just think, oh yeah, I'm just going to pull back onto the racing line, I'm just going to get on with it and carry on my race. But it's good to see that he properly thought that out there and made sure that he didn't get in anybody's way. We've got this is the PSR BMW. Antoine Boss has just gone past in the Optimal Sim Racing Purple Audi. That was for.
And I'll tell you what, Chaz Pradpaki and the number 13 car is getting very close to the rear end of Jeremy Hessels, and also in the 911 Cup car. Oh, and that's who is that?
Vince Peters.
Vince Peters. That's the class leader.
He's gone off again at the same corner. The old hairpin. He's just pushing it too hard down there. Big slide. And Kevin Tavares goes, ha, bye. Passed on the left-hand side. And through he goes. Now, Podprocky and Hessels are a lap down on that. So, not quite in with the shout of doing that. Now, that's one of the optimal cars in front, which is one of the Audis. So, it's their teammate. And Hans has said, oh, Greg is apparently having brake issues. And Hans is saying that braking in the Porsche, in the Cup car, is a lottery. Which, yeah, I totally agree, because you go into one corner, it feels fine. You go into the next one, you brake in a straight line and the car turns left. Next corner, you brake in a straight line and the car turns right. It just never wants to do the same thing twice. He has said it is one of the best cars on iRacing, and I must admit, I voted for it in the VCO Simi Awards. The best car. We've had a bit of an off here. Bjorn De Fater and Phil Verheyen. Again, the Composer car having a real nightmare. Oh, what's he done? Where is that? Is that the old hairpin? That is the old hairpin. That's at the bottom of the hill.
And there's a 911 Cup involved in it as well, for all I could see there. He goes a little wide on entrance.
Oh, grass.
And clips the grass. Round he goes. But where did that 911 car? Was this just avoiding action as he came in hot? There is a Porsche there.
Sven Jansson's in the GHK car. Just ran a little bit wide. Gregory Aikman's gone off again, I'm afraid. Oh, the car, whoa, way out of shape up the top of the hill. It is a big handful, just as they're saying in the YouTube chat right now. Now, this is the battle for class lead in TCR, Hasse. This is Anton Dupin, hero in his own right in Sim Racers World. Right behind Ben Thayens, another hero of Sim Racers World TCR. In the G-Drive car. And, well, the two G-Drive cars almost working together to create a roadblock there on the hairpin.
That got very close indeed, but this battle has come alive all of a sudden because G-Drive Exemia had a good lead. The 17 car was well ahead, so it's a very good job from Flemish Sim Sports White to actually close that gap and have, and I'll tell you what, halfway through the race now, we're 4 minutes from the halfway mark. We've actually got class lead battles in half of the classes we've got running, 2 out of 4, which is interesting indeed because right now the class lead battle in the well, they just changed in the 911 Cup, of course it is, as
yeah,
the 11 machine had a bit of a problem. And it is close. Oh, Gregory Eichmans again.
People are blaming oil on track, which I would love to see simulated. I would absolutely love to see that simulated. Bram van Uitman saying that it's oil. I'm afraid not, mate. We can't really. We'll pretend. We'll just say, oh, he's on that oil again at McLean's. But now that means that everyone's got a free pass to go off at McLean's. So let's hope we don't see too much of that. But still, Aikmans is having a bit of a tough time with it. Now this is a battle for position. Hendrik de Grave, the hero himself that saved the fact that we can see all the cars in this stream all over the back of Alex Baines. It looks like you're driving a bus looking down at a little tiny Porsche, doesn't it, when you're up here in the BMW? It looks like a right big beast from here.
Yeah, it does, and I think it's also something you'd have to be mindful of when dealing with traffic, is that you just take up a bit more space with the BMW than you do with any of the other cars in this race, really, and it does fill up quite a lot. But it is, of course, also a family-size road car, which you cannot really say for any of the other machines. And it's actually interesting that the Porsche Cayman is pretty close to the size of a 964 Porsche 911, which just goes to show how much cars really have grown over the last 25 years or so. And for me, the perfect dimensions is sort of that of the Cayman, which is still a compact, light, little nifty machine. But when you see it in real life, it's not really that big at all.
Very true. Very true indeed. And the thing is, with these cars as well, it's easy to forget just how big some of them are compared to one another. We've had a request for live timing. Yes, Bram, here you go. Just please do bear in mind, guys, that when you do go on the live timing links, the relative gaps as well, there's that battle decided. Alex Baines has decided to go on holiday onto the grass here at Donington Park. When you go on the live timing, basically the gaps, the relative gaps between the cars updates as to whatever car we're looking at on stream. It pulls the live timing from my PC as to what we're looking at the time. So please do just bear that in mind if you want to keep an eye on that. But this at the moment, like you said, Hasse, this battle for the final spot in the top 10 still going on at the moment, and behind them on track is the number 11, who is actually still leading, second in that class.
Well, the number 11 is... Oh yeah, I just had to get my head around what way to understand what behind him. I thought that was on the... Never mind. But an interesting point, the 13 car has gotten passed. That means Fred Puckey has gotten passed on Jeremy Hessels. And Hessels is having none of it. He's right on the tail. And this battle isn't going anywhere at this rate. It's going to be a bit of a problem, actually, for the 11 car to get past here. Because I'm going to be too willing, of course. Jeremy Hessel, if he lets off and gives 2-3 seconds, which is what it could take to really just let off and let a lapping car by, he could be seeing Thomas Puckey just go up the road and leave him behind for it as soon as he's out on the slipstream and such. So for all he knows, he wants to stay up there and and maybe make the 11 car work that little bit harder for it. So let's hope it all turns out okay here.
Yeah, it's a bit of a nightmare in this scenario, isn't it, to be in one of the classes that gets lapped, because when you're trying to be a nice guy and let the faster cars through, it's up to the faster car where they go through, so they sort of determine how much momentum you end up losing, don't they? If you've got a radical that just chucks up the inside, another moment again. Jeremy Hessels is pushing this car hard. Now, what he's going to do here is quite clever, I think. He's letting the number 11 go through. And he's going to use that number 11 as a door opener. What do you reckon?
Yeah, he's going to use it as his own personal little wedge. As soon as he opens the door, I should say a door opener. He's going to see if he can just sneak on up through in the space that's open. So that's going to be an interesting one to watch and to see just how it plays out. And I think Thomas Pucky there up ahead, he's going to be looking at some sort of defensive measure. Is there any traffic car that he can use to then, put him in between himself and Jeremy Hessels? And it's a sort of mind games that are going on as well as it's very much also a tactical battle. It's a battle of racecraft, a battle of wits, a battle of nerves. It's a battle of skill as well, and of luck. And as you said before, earlier in the broadcast chat, it's what defines endurance racing in the end. It's multifaceted array of skills that you have to possess as a driver. That it's really more than just being able to put in a fast lap.
Oh, we've got Gregory Aikmans again off the circuit, I'm afraid. He's gone off 2 or 3 times on this lap alone, I'm afraid. He's had a couple of offs. He's gone off again at McLean's. He hates that corner, doesn't he? Really does. And then this was at the bottom of the hill. Apparently he's gone off the circuit, then back on. Wow! How did he not hit anybody there? You know what? Fair play, Gregory.
That's off to Gregory there. That's amazing. Look, he realizes. That's. Pardon me laughing at it, but it's all I can really do. It's my amazement of.
Trying to figure out which of the Audis it was that he would have just missed. Here we go. Oh my goodness me.
Oh my word.
Tell you what, Mike Goosens would have hoped he was a goose in that moment if he would have had to turn his neck any faster to watch that Porsche going past. That would have been very scary. This is Laura Luft with the Desapit Racing Team Porsche of Kevin van der Wielen just behind. Kevin goes through round the outside and up the hill towards McLean's. That was, by the look of it, the Composer Racing Phil Verheyen just on the back of the Porsche around the outside at McLean's as well. We've got Jason Glenn. Jason Glenn, track velocity, he knows. He knows we're watching, he's flashing his lights. Jason Glenn teaming up with Brian Crowles. Now these two, apparently Jace is, his name's not showing up correctly, we'll sort that out. But Jason and his teammate are racing in the Vertex Stock Car Cup, which I am going to be commentating on in, well, a few days, next week, next Wednesday. That series starts again, and Jason and his teammate Brian Crowles doing a smashing job. They were asking for shout-outs on the broadcast. I told them no, but I can't not. They've got the EVP Limited logo on there. Midas as well, up the side of the car. And they are Track Velocity Racing. We've got Dries Rohart off the circuit. We've also had Matthias Maas go off for a moment.
And I'll tell you what we've... Yeah, I'm sorry.
Ran wide, that's all.
But I'll tell you what we've also had, Chaz. We've had, a big shot there of Milan Fenton. This isn't really what I was lining up to say. We've had a change of lead in the TCR class as well. But it all played in nicely into the shunt there. Glad to see. Hope Milan's all right in that situation. It was a bit of a shaky moment. But that's the good thing about the front-wheel drive TCR cars, that if you get it off track, you basically just floor it, and the car will eventually straighten itself out and get on the right course, as opposed to anything rear wheel driven. When it gets slippery, it tends to just want to go around, as we've seen plenty of times. The drivers that are having trouble with the 911 Cup car under braking should really be having a look at their brake bias, because the 911 Cup car is one of the cars that is quite sensible to changes in the brake bias. Also, as fuel gets burned, the tank empties, and the weight balance of the car itself change, and thus often find yourself having to change the brake bias gradually as the stint goes on, and that could be an explanation as to why we're seeing some of the 911 Cup car drivers having a bit of a tough time with their rear ends under braking all of a sudden.
Yeah, they're not making it easy for themselves, are they? To be honest, it's that's the thing. You want the brake bias to be as far back as possible, just so you can get it stopped sooner. But obviously, it's more unstable. Apologies for the Windows noises there, everybody. I was just updating the information for Jason Glenn, just hoping that we can get him sorted. Although he's not showing us in a class now either. So this is the joys of when we don't quite have all the information. But I must say thank you to Ronald Moons and his team behind the scenes of this event, because they have given us so much information and done as much as they can for us. Sometimes it just takes one driver to just change that. There we go. Apparently live timing does not correspond to on-screen timings. It's very odd. Apparently TCRs especially. It's very odd. Not sure why, mate. It is doing on my screen at the moment. But even still, we've had Kevin van der Wielen have an issue in his Porsche, the Decipit Racing Team car. Is he just going to run wide? Oh, the car goes over to the right and suddenly stops. Very quickly stops. That's very strange. Matthias Mars has just gained a place, by the way. Kevin van der Wielen, unfortunately, stopping there and then. Ben Thayens and Anton Dupin still close together. My timing screen on my overlay seems fine, to be fair. Not quite sure what the issue is with the live timing. We've got Gregory Aikman's off again. Making a bit of a habit of this, Hasse. I feel sorry for him, though, at the same time, because I know how difficult it is to drive this car. I'm not sure whether it's just inexperience with it, but he's really struggling out there at the moment, isn't he?
Yeah, so it seems. And one thing to consider is also just that when you get struck by nerves at a big event like this, where you know that your skills are going to be put to the test in a car that might be a little twitchy and such, if the nerves get the better of you, all of a sudden, you can be in a really bad position mentally, where you just get everything wrong constantly, even though you know that you cannot put too much brake pressure in here and there. You find yourself doing it anyways, and it's a terrible place to be. And I think every sim racer out there has tried it once or twice in their career, if you will, and it's something that you just have to learn to deal with in a way, because the sooner you do it, the sooner you can free yourself from the shackles of nervousness, so to say, the more consistent you're gonna end up being.
Yeah, it's the key word is consistency, isn't it? Definitely consistency. We've got the race leader, speaking of consistency, Daniel Pastor, leading the way, doing a fine job at the moment. That number 1 car, wearing the number 1 with pride, because they did an unbelievable job. Unbelievable job last season. They seemed untouchable. Kevin Tavares, by the way, Optimal Sim Racing Red, leader in the Porsches, is on his way in. Here is Adam McNally and his teammate Lee Deemer for XI Die Racing. I've known these guys for quite a while and commentated on them for quite a while as well. Oh, we've had Laura Luft off the circuit as well. Oh, just lights up the rears on the way out of the Fogarty S's. Doesn't manage to keep it out of the wall, unfortunately, but a little tap into the wall. Manages to continue, though. but we've all been there. We've all lit up the rears on a rear-wheel drive car, haven't we? Now this is Jeremy Hessel's, and just behind him there in the Flemish car, the beautiful Flemish car, is Hans Polman's once again. So these Flemish cars, it's great to see a bunch of them out there. They're doing a good job so far. They're always up there in the battles, aren't they?
Yeah, very much so, and it's such an interesting battle to see here. They've been involved with the number 13 car as well, who's gone quite a bit of way down the order. So I'm wondering, is that one pit stop alone that's putting down so many positions? And if so, 911 Cup car is actually a class that's very close to strong together still at this point of the race, and perhaps the class where most of all anything can still happen.
Yeah, that's it. And the main thing is that so much can happen in these longer races. There's more time for it to happen, and different mindsets from a lot of these drivers. I think that most of the time with them, it's all obviously dependent on how each driver attacks every race, because some of them, sometimes you get people that don't change when you get a 4-hour race before them. They just, we've said it before, it's just a complete 4-hour sprint race. And they said it before, didn't they, in the chat? It's like 4-hour rush hour traffic in Antwerp. And I think we've seen some of that already, to be honest. We've got, Bjorn de Feta, I don't know, apparently going off track, but no. Don't think it was long enough to trigger anything. Let's go on board with the Porsche for a moment. Just see what it's like around a lap of Donington Park. We're coming up to McLean's long right-hander. It's almost double apex. You have to take a really late apex there. Up towards Coppice, blind apex again. Look at the Radical trying to get through past the third place car in class. That's the Dynamics Racing Optica machine. We're on board with GTE Racing, and then we've got Hans Polman's in a Flemish Simsports yellow car ahead. 3 of them covered by a second now in the Porsches for the final podium spot in class. Looks like Hans Polman's going for a move, looks down the inside of Jeremy Hessel's. We've got a lot of traffic involved here. One of the BMS Audis on the outside. They all get through okay, but this is really bunched up now. They go up the hill then towards the final corner. This horrible hairpin that goes over a crest, then downhill. Jeremy Hessel's trying to hold on as best he can, and he's playing a very quick card there to come into the pits. Now this battle continues outside of the pit lane. It's a good battle to be in if your car's got a number 9 on it, that's for sure. Even the word 9 as well if you're the Flemish Simsports team. Apparently that's a meme of it's a character flipping the bird at somebody, let's say, with both hands on the side of the wing end plates. But Hans Polman's will be doing just that in his mirror at the moment at Joel Eulenbroek. We've got Kevin van der Wielen having another issue further down. He's not having a good time in this Porsche at the moment, is he, mate? There's a few of them that are struggling out there. Oh, apparently.
Yeah, the GT.
Pierre-Yves Dassault, apparently. Interesting. Oh, spin there. This car apparently had a disconnect not too long ago. And another spin like that isn't going to help them too much, is it? And I think, is that going to be a pit stop, or is he trying to avoid him going in the pits? No, he's going to the pits. And Kim Behate, yes, we have seen the rear wing on your Porsche, and we enjoy it very much. We enjoy it very much indeed. We ought to go on board, don't we, with the GT car and have a look at 999. Love it. But still.
Which is...
Sorry, go on, mate.
No, and it's just, which I would expect to be a reference to the German film Der Untergang, in which the words uttered by Adolf Hitler in his bunker as everything goes wrong. Which has turned into quite a meme indeed. I think if you will be familiar with different translations of scenes from said film. It's had a life of their own.
Oh no! Contact with the... Oh, the BMW gets back into them. Sorry, mate. That was the Composer Racing, and that is surely...
That's a sad song indeed, Chaz.
And Gregory Aikman's is in his natural habitat for the minute, off the circuit, I'm afraid. I'm trying to find... Where's he gone? There is Hans Polman's. That was such a shame. Such a shame. Phil Verheyen in there as well. it's that second hit. That's the exaggerated physics of that second hit. That Porsche got contact on every single panel there, didn't it? We'll have a quick look at it again. So I want to try and figure out what happened here, because I'm not sure whether it was... It's hard to know. It's whether it was Hans going for the gap a bit late or Phil Verheyen closing the gap off. I think Hans went for that a bit late. Phil was very far over to the right-hand side, admittedly. Like, Phil was very far over to the right. If you see how late he turns in. But it just seems like... I think Hans, for me... Hans should be alongside by that point. Phil's already committed to the corner. You could argue that he was all the way over on the right-hand side. There's a little bit of netcode as they make contact. But Hans gets so unlucky here because he saves that. He's got that saved. And then the BMW just... as it regains momentum, clouts into the side of it. Apparently there's a 666 underneath the 999. But that's such a huge hit for both of them. Major damage. Phil Verheyen's carried on. How is that car carried on without that much... That BMW is literally a Panzer tank, isn't it?
It's very well built to be able to soldier on, although it seems to me, Chaz, that it's in a rather stricken fashion at the moment. It's not looking very orderly at all. It seems to be quite out of balance.
Not sure whether that's Phil or the car. No, I'm joking. But yeah, to be fair, I mean, fair play for continuing to straggle on, but that looks like a 5-year-old drawing of a Volkswagen Beetle rather than a Porsche Cup car, I'm afraid. Ross Nicholson, let's have a bit of good news. Ross Nicholson, one of my favourite drivers, is back in the Radical. I know you shouldn't have favourite drivers as a commentator. I try to remain in balance, but I'm very pleased for this team and how they're doing at the moment in this Radical. They're doing a smashing job. We're nearly onto lap 100 in this race for Daniel Pashta. They're 2 minutes and 15 seconds ahead. And now the only car on the lead lap, flying away as ever. But Hasse and I will take a quick break in just a moment. Just a quick break to get a drink and just make sure everything's still in order. But Hasse, at this point in the race, mate, what has been your key highlight, would you say, as we get up to lap 100?
Oh, that's hard for me to make out with the amount of action that we've had. It's all been a continuous long string of really good racing and battles for position that are still going on. I'd like to highlight the lead battle in the 911 Cup car class for me so far as what's been the most enthralling, but also just the unpredictable nature of the race and the fact that I'm sitting here with a feeling that I have really no clue what's going to happen, because yes, we've seen Urano Esports is now do this before with this very driver lineup, and yes, they're in a commanding position at the moment. But indeed, we've also seen them have a major incident that cost them their only fast repair. And another one of those, that lead is going to be long gone indeed, and they're going to be fighting for it way down the order. So I think there's been so much to take here from the first 2 hours of this race that it's imperative to stay and watch the final two.
Yeah, it's going to be fantastic. Oh no! That was Dieter Arts in the Dynamics machine. Somehow still makes the apex with a bit of damage, but that was not ideal. The track velocity Porsche has just gone off as well. Let's have another look what happened there. I was just looking at the timing. Oh, the Porsche comes over to the right. There's a tiny little touch. And, well, as Dieter Arts goes off, Jeff Arts has just joined the chat as well. That's very unfortunate timing, mate, to be honest. But, yeah, a lively moment there for the Dynamics car. Still in third place, but to be honest, the Porsches have been my highlight at the moment. We've got Van Genekten off the circuit again in the Vapor Shop car. We don't often see that from him. Maybe he got pushed. Let's have a little bit of an little bit. Oh, yeah, he's just clipped the grass on the way in. It's unsettled the car. Big drifteroo. Nice save. But yes, we'll just be taking a quick 5-minute break, everybody. So we'll have the cameras will be on auto, so it'll just show a couple of cars for you. It may flick around a little bit more quickly than I will, as you can see at this point. But Hasse and I will be back in about 5 minutes. Thank you for your patience there, everybody. Chaz Draycott here with Hasse during the Virtual Belcar Winter Series first round here at Donington Park. 4-hour race here. And we've had a fantastic start to the race so far. Daniel Pashta and his teammate of Fabrice Cornelis lead the way in the Urano Esports car by 2 minutes from Ross Nicholson and Brian Loynes in the Sim Stickers machine. Having a bit of a hairy moment there with traffic. We've got Vince Peters leading the way, Bingoal by Simtag EMG, reigning champions as well in that class. And in the GT4s, Robin DeVille for Flemish Simsports Black, currently leading that class. And TCRs, it's Flemish Simsports leading that one as well from Ben Thanes. And Hasse, we've had a great battle actually going on in the TCRs so far. But apparently we've got the EF Wangen-Exen train charging forwards with 6 seconds between the two cars behind and him. He's apparently going to the front of this class. Now, we've seen EF Wangen-Exen be quick before. Maybe he's going to make some use of it now and try and get a class win.
Yeah, it's got a bit of making up to do now. The 111 car hasn't had the best of runs so far. We've seen them be very stable, very consistent over the last season of Virtual Belcar E-Series. Though today has been a little bit of an off day, dare I say it. Well, we've seen them involved in not only a few incidents with traffic, but also a few situations all of their own, and that's really not their style, so to say. They've been a lot more consistent than they've been tonight before, and there is a little bit of a gap up to the leaders, so they've got a lot of work to do over the last hour and a half to gain back some time as they're getting closed in by the BMS TCR there. But it's once again Bingoal by Simtag EMG leading the 911 Cup class, but this time around Optimal Sim Racing Red, the number 20 car, which I have to say is still one of my favorite liveries. It's a new one, we haven't really seen it before. I think it looks very spicy. Let it turn around here and I'll show you what I mean with the purple stripes there. Oh, that's that's good indeed.
Yeah, it is good. Very, very good looking car as well. And to be honest, we've got a lot of very pretty cars. Oh, there you go. There's Commentator's Curse. As the two Audis come towards it, gets out of the way nicely. Very quick. Matthias Maas has just gone past Brent Verheyen. As speaking about pretty cars. Oh, we've had Guilherme Pipers. Oh, apologies. It was Guilherme that we were looking at. I got slightly confused there. Can you tell? This is the 66 car which wins my Livery of the Day award and Livery of the Season. We've been told as well, by the way, the Sky Limit Racing for Zolder car is going to be using legendary liveries with different details on it each round. So that livery will change each time. This time it's the Vulcan Tyres livery with Where's Waldo plastered all over it. Which isn't a phrase that I could admit I was thinking I'd ever say on a Friday night at 9:30 in the evening. This is Axel Van Oosthuis in the Cara Pils Racing machine. Very interesting livery on that car.
I was just about to say, Chaz, can you tell me what exactly is going on with the character on the side of the car? Is that a megaphone he's having, or is it it's eating a... That's it's two different people. It might be.
I think he's having a beer.
He's having a beer. Of course he is.
Yeah, hopefully not while driving.
It's Carabin. Oh no! Don't drink and drive.
No.
If you're ever gonna drink and drive, do it in the sim, please. It's
fair
gonna
point.
be good. Like go for a drive in a Assetto Corsa on one of these good old open free roam maps and
go on BeamNG.
Try that.
That'll show
Try
you.
that well drunk indeed.
Yeah, that'll show you what happens when you drink and drive. If you go on BeamNG, flipping X scares life out of you. Marvin says Chaz in chat. Great to see you, Marvin. I hope you're doing well, mate. Rudolf Nagel, by the way, one of the quickest drivers in this series. Let's just immerse for a moment, as he's about to immerse himself in the back of an Audi. Let's immerse with, Carapils's beer. Smashing. Thank you, Stephen. Let's just go on board for a lap with one of the fastest drivers in the series. You can tell that he's on a direct drive or some sort of powerful wheel, because look at the wheel wobble when he's on the brakes. Watch it when he gets on the brakes now. Watch the steering wheel. It's like he's very cold or something. But Rudolf Nagel, well, I suppose he's named after a reindeer. So Rudolf Nagel then flies down the straight. We've called him Rudolf Nagel, the red-faced racing driver, when he's made a mistake before as well. He's flying into turn 1 with the Alonso replica helmet, out of Redgate, onto the power, down the Craner curves, some of the best corners in the country. Absolutely love it. Big compression as you hit the left-hander there into the old hairpin. Very scary corner. Feels like the car never wants to turn in. Obviously the Radical does. The Radical would honestly, corners like a housefly. Up the hill towards McLean's. He's already overtaken 3 cars on this lap. Around the long right-hander, and McLean's over the crest of the hill. Straight line up the hill again. A little bit of a compression on the way up. Onto the brakes. The car feels like it gets away from you through Coppice. Long double apex right. Get on the power, hold the rear end. Phil Verheyen's just had a right nightmare, so we're going to have a look at that in a moment. Into the fog at ES's. Another braking zone that's downhill. Big compression partway through the chicane. Needs to be careful on the bounce through there. And then again, another braking zone down a hill into the Melbourne hairpin. Radical looks like it handles that so well, though. It will stop on a dime, will the Radical. Back on the power up the hill. And just over the crest into the braking zone. It's a blind apex here at the final corner. A little bit of a slide from Rudolf. And on his way, he goes across the line. Once again, just shows you the pace of this car around here. Now, let's pick apart what's happened to Phil Verheyen in the BMW. Oh, that's the BMS Porsche he's got involved with. That's a big hit and a massive bounce into the side of the Porsche. So he reverses. You can see the entire engine bay, which they've modelled on iRacing, which I'm a huge fan of. They get on with it again.
Cool.
And I think he might have had another issue here afterwards. I think he might get out of the way. Yeah, he goes off the circuit again to get out of the way with all this traffic coming through. But that car has seen better days, I think, Hasse.
Yeah, it has. It's it's not. It wasn't after his last collision. I think it's about time to pit in and get some repairs done. Considering the amount of damage to the front end of the car could result in an engine blow-up, even with just an hour and a half remaining here. As that's the Stasis car, or the Sim RC car, of course, on the inside of a lot of cars. In that very situation, there's a big mouthful of traffic, all taken in one bite. We're watching Koen Bevers. He's 22nd overall, so that's not a bad position to be in, and also pretty far up the GT4 class.
Oh, we've got Ben Thanes just being overtaken by Thies Vandenberg. As there's a bit of a cutback there, the TCR gets a bit cheeky, but then the Porsche's time to open the taps. See you in a bit. Off he goes in a straight line, and then that's the number 8 Porsche going through there as well. I think Phil Verheyen has come into the pits and come in to fix that car. We also had, which driver was it that was having issues with the Porsche before? Aikman, wasn't it? Aikman's was having the issues. I think he's come in and changed. I can't see him on the list.
No, it's number
16. 16, yes, it is Vandenberg, isn't it? That has got in that car to take over from him. There is Anton Dupin, race leader in the TCR class, and getting away as well from Ben Thanes. Very interesting to see the pace of this Flemish SimSports Audi. Nice to have a different car right up there. We've got Jens van Herk just coming out of the pit lane in the Dynamics Radical Racing machine. Brian Loynes is saying 4 hours on a Friday after work is tough for my little eyes. Yeah, I'm not surprised, Brian, to be fair. To do this on a Friday night is very tough, but that shows the endurance of not just the cars and the sim, but the drivers as well. Good evening, Mr. McNally. Good to see you, mate. He's saying the Fleming cars look right. You mean the Flemish, mate? There he is. He's corrected himself. That's autocorrect for you. It's a nightmare. Bless you,
Bram
mate.
van Hoeften says, beer is not the answer. Beer is the question. Yes is the answer.
Yeah.
That's very good.
No, I'm not a beer
Nice one,
drinker, but I'll agree still. I still do agree. But yes, we do agree on Simracersworld TV, Adam, that Flemish Sim Sports, those cars, we are very much in love with them. And so too is Jack Werrell. Honestly, if Jack is within, I think there's a restraining order from every Flemish Sim Sport on Jack Werrell, because he is madly in love with their liveries, especially with the matte effect on it and the sort of semi-satin metallic gold up the side, which we all know and love. But race leader, let's just talk about the race leaders for a moment. Urano Esports, of course, last season they were was it the Simtag team? It was, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It was Simtag last season. Just amazing. The pace these guys have had consistently has been bonkers. We've got 1 hour and 25 minutes left of the race. That's gone flying by, I must admit. And it's just, they've pulled out a 2 minutes 21 second lead at the moment in this Radical. And Car 1P1 is very much on their way to defending their title with the best start possible.
Yeah, and they're in a position now where they can just ease off at whatever rate they feel comfortable to, basically. Whenever we're going to see Fabrice Cornelis coming back into the car, I wouldn't be surprised to see him setting a couple of fastest laps anyways, because that seems to be habitual for him. But it's just impressive to see that the time and time again, they're just showing and proving that they're on a level just that little bit above everybody else. Mind you, it's a field of big talent. Indeed. Oh! In the number 6 car, as he collects one of the other radicals there, and that
was that the Traxxas by JMV Services car.
GS Mass. Oh my word! So that's a bit of a problem there for Van Erck, because they spent that fast repair. The car was looking pretty good, and all of a sudden, 3 wide. They're not going to make it into the S's. And Andrea Eiermann is the casualty, although casualty might be a bit hard because he's merely taking a bit of a spin, and was a very light touch on the contact there, and I don't think it's done any major damage to the car indeed. So,
interestingly though, that was our class leader in TCR, number 14 Flemish Sim Sports Audi. Doesn't seem to be too upset at the minute, although I say that, hello, nearly helped out his teammate there by taking the G-Drive car off the circuit completely, but manages to continue without making contact, which is always good. But Anton Dupin, he's going to be feeling a bit of pressure at the minute. He's got a 3.6 second lead over Ben Thanes. There's Ben in the number 17 G-Drive Racing Exemia Audi TCR. And Pod Prokkie has got Hans Polmans right behind now. That was the battle that just went past them, which we will have a quick look at. Onto the brakes, into the Fogger ESs, onto the GP loop as they call it, over the crest of the hill and down to the Melbourne hairpin. Now it looks like that Flemish car is getting closer and closer every single corner, and then they've got the Vapor Shop RDR car, which just shows you the difference. That is the car behind them on track, but they're a lap ahead in terms of the race. So, I mean, we all know how demoralising that is when the car that is only like 1 or 2 places ahead of you is an entire lap in front. It's horrible, isn't it, when they come past you?
Yeah, it is. It really is, and it's it's always. We had this situation before actually, when it was just the 11 car coming up to lap. I think these 2 cars, or was it this car, the 13 and the number 8 car that was battling at that moment. And it's always such a hard moment. One thing is when a faster car comes up to lap, but when it's a lapping car of the same class, it just always costs you more time as the driver being lapped, having to slow down here. As the race leader gets very close, and then there's a GT4, there's a TCR as well. Every single class of cars in here, and it's all getting very, very tight indeed.
Oh, there was contact behind there as well. There was a bit of contact between Hans Polmans and the BMW, or I think the Audi, sorry, and then the Porsche, the Vapor Shop RDR car of EF Vangenekten, made a bit of contact with the Flemish BM. Let's have a little look. I'll just have to scroll forward from this. This was just after it, I'm afraid. Let's see if we can find it here. No, this was almost a lap earlier, so apologies, we won't quite get to that. But yes, the F. Wageningen now puts a lap on the Flemish car, the 999 machine, 999 of Hans Polmans. You can there see the text on the back wing. Absolutely love that. To be honest, Hasse, there's not anybody that's within a second of another car at the moment. We've got a bit of a spread out moment, but Gulheim Pipers has had an issue in their Porsche.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, I was just about to mention that because they are second in class at the moment, and they were actually bringing the fight to bingo by Simtag EMG, who's been leading all the way around. Vince Peters has had a couple of very, very close calls while he's been in the car, and that's kind of opened the door for the optimal sim racing red car, but they've fallen back ever so slightly. Now I see Jens van Erck yet again goes around. I think that front left side of the car might have taken a little more damage than he likes. It's I'm not quite sure it's really suspension-wise anything bad, but it could be. And it seems a little unstable to me. It could just be the nature of the radical on the BMS TCR there on the inside. Almost. Oh, how did he stop the car before that? And I don't know if they make contact. It doesn't look like it on the rear end of the Audi, or indeed at the front end of the radical of Jens van Erck there, Chaz. But that was a very close call indeed.
I'm sorry, I couldn't help but make a noise.
That's something I've never tried ever in my life before. I have no idea how that feels like. Straight. Yes, I've never tried it before.
That was...
So I'm very, very disappointed at you as well for doing it.
Oh, right, what will we do without each other? Brent Verheijen's just gone off the circuit, and that camouflage is not working too well against that grass, but gets back on. The amount of cars, honestly, and to be fair, the amount of Porsches that we've seen go off at the old hairpin, it's completely justified. It's a difficult corner in any car. To get the Porsche stopped and turned in and have it behave at the bottom of that hill is nothing short of a nightmare, to be honest. Now, in terms of the cars that are running, let's have a look back down the order. Jens Goossens is not in the race. Phil Verheyen is the last car that's still in the session at the moment. Then it's Wim Everarts in the BMS Audi. Then it's Axel Van Oosthuis in the Carapils Racing. And Mike Goossens just in front. Now, that's for position. This is a battle for position 44th and 45th. We also have Lawrence Klutz just ahead of Pierre Desaut in the Desapit Racing team. We've got cars going off track. Thies Vandenberger. Oh, there he is.
16 car again, Chaz.
Yeah, having a really poor time of it. And Quinn Van Hooydonk has gone off the track as well. Oh! Into the back of the Ekris BMW. Just misses the G-Drive car. And now he's going to wait for everyone to go past. He may as well turn it to the right and go the long way around there and at least get the car moving again. But, yeah, unfortunately, not making the right call there. But it's easy to lose the moment, or lose your head in the moment, I should say. But these Porsches, more and more each lap, they're proving just how difficult they are to drive. Now, this is for position. This is Roy Maas just chasing down Rob Tyson, who we're looking at now. It is for position, but obviously that reclaim maker BE Porsche trying to just climb its way back up the order. I suppose you could say it's trying to reclaim its positions as it goes back up the timing tower on the left. I'm not sorry. I tell you what, though, the Ekris BMW, he's not letting him have that easy. You know, he knows that's for position. He's thinking, nah, have it. Koen Klopman has just got into the Urano Esports car. Now, I'm not sure if everybody knows Koen for this, but I know Koen's name for his YouTube channel, Afterburner, where he used to do a lot of iRacing videos, just iRacing crash videos, to be honest, and I used to watch a lot of them when I wanted to get into iRacing, not because of the crashing, but just realistic racing that caused some of them. And then Koen obviously has gone on with actually racing himself, and he used to make a lot of compilation videos as well, I think, but he's obviously got on with racing himself and become a very successful and very quick iRacing driver. He's got 7,256 iRating. Teammates with Fabrice Cornelis. And reigning champions of the Virtual Belcar E-Series. So, fair effort from Koen. And we've had Goossens have an issue. Oh, the back end of that Audi just steps out.
And I think all the better for the greater good of things there, because there was a radical on the inside. So you might say if the car had actually turned in, it would have been an incident, and could also be a bit of the reasoning behind it. Might have been a choice by Mike Husen just to go wide and take the scenic route, so to say. And all is good in the land of Clubman. Yet again, I'm gonna come back to a reference that I love making. I've done it every time. I'll make it once again. But he's the Kopman, because Kopman, of course, 20 non-Dutch speaker, does mean the lead guy or the top guy, the head guy in the language of Dutch. So there's a good little pun there that I'm quite proud of, as you can tell. And it's, goddamn it, it's an inter-language puns. You didn't make it up yourself, huh?
Love it. I just want to point out, everybody, we've got 105 people watching. We're grateful for every single one of you at the moment. We've only got 50 likes on the stream. We've got some comedian who thinks there's one dislike, and that's a great idea. But we've got 50 likes at the moment. If we could get up to 75, we would be very, very chuffed. So if you can, please. I've just noticed as well, the Traxxas car is inside the top 20. So too now is the Sim RC Capazunda car. They've managed to put on a great comeback so far. And you can see again, look, that car wiggling around on the brakes. Watch, we'll go on the nose now, so you don't even get distracted by the steering wheel. Watch this car on the brakes. It's got this little wriggle side. Yeah, I admit, yeah, you can't see it as much there. But you do get this little wiggle from side to side on the brakes in this Sim LC car. It must be Rudolf Nagel's wheel, because it seems like it's very sensitive to just being on the brakes. Look, there you go. Maybe he's nervous.
It's a bit like a very happy, very excited dog. It's coming in to meet you. Hi, wagging its tail around.
Oh, Redgate. Oh, Donington. Racetrack.
Oh, wreck ahead.
Yeah. Oh, we've got a check up. Oh, okay. The number 12 Porsche got on the brakes there, and it scared me. Oh, that scared you even more, wouldn't it? No wonder he got on the brakes. Uh-oh. Oh no, Thies van den Berg off again. That was just behind that moment, or was it just in front? I'll have a look at the roll bar.
Your initial call was correct, Chaz.
It was just ahead. There you go.
It was just ahead.
It just went
I was wrong.
That's all right. Commentators are always wrong.
Yeah, indeed.
Thomas Podprocky still within a second of somebody. He's never been short of action in this race. He's always had something to focus on, and at the moment, it's not the little tiny car on the right, it's the big Porsche on the left. The Hans Polmans controlled Flemish Simsports yellow machine. There it is. With the sun gradually going down here at Donington Park. And we've only got 10 minutes, Hasse, well, 10 minutes or so, before we've done 3 hours of this race, lap 120. That has really flown by, hasn't it?
Yeah, it really has, but we've had enough to cover as well. There's been so much going on that we haven't really had a still moment. We'd had to take still moments to really get any sort of respite, just be able to do what human beings have to do once in a while. And and that just goes to say a lot about how good of a race it's been so far. And it's as you can see across several classes, it's still going on. The lead battle in the TCR class is still very close. Head guys in the 911 Cup class is still very much battling as well. So it's pretty much all still out there to play for, except perhaps for in the Radical class. And even there, it's not going to take a lot for these cars to run into anything. But knowing the teams and the drivers, and that's of course a thing that you get to do when commentating on a series and not just a single event. You just know that they're a very competent bunch, and we don't expect them to make mistakes. So say we'd be surprised to see Urano Esports drop out of the league in any way. Yeah,
definitely. And this has just suddenly got closer. Paul Godden's on his wife's iPad. Great to see you, Paul. Hope you're doing well, mate. Hopefully be commentating on you again very soon, my good friend. Now, this is the battle for the final top 10 position. We'll go on board. We don't need an excuse to go on board with the Porsche Cup car. They're wonderful sounding machines. This is the Flemish Simsports yellow car of Hans Polmans. Hansy, as he's lovingly known on the channel, getting held up behind the 54 Porsche there. Oh, that was a bit of an odd one. He backed out of that quite early on. That's Dries Maas that he was just getting stuck behind in the BMS car. But now you can see just how one car can open up that gap here, Hasse. Thomas has broken up to 6/10 away when it was 2/10 just a few seconds ago.
Yeah, and 6/10 isn't even a lot. It's actually a relatively small margin, because if you're held up in a bad place on the track into several corners where the car ahead is going noticeably slower than you're able to, you can see that be several seconds and not just tenths of a second. So it's ever so imperative that you have the right mixture of calmness and aggression, and you really need both when tackling traffic, because often if you're just headlessly throwing your car up the inside of everybody and everyone, first of all, you're obviously going to cause a lot of pain for a lot of drivers, but it's also going to slow you down in being too wide in corners where it's not really feasible and such. And often it's just it's a better approach to take to just slightly hold off sometimes, and at other times just send it. But you really got to know, as you very correctly said earlier, Chaz, you really got to know when to send it to traffic. You see Hans Polmans, he's caught up quite quickly again to the 13 car. He's got a clean machine in the 999, and he's gonna try to make the best use of it.
Yeah, that's it. He's definitely got the confidence at the minute. Oh, the traffic catches out Thomas Podbrocki. Oh, he's on the throttle too early though. That's the thing, you can get so excited in these moments. Trying to chase down the car in front. I could hear a radical. And there it is. It's the Traxxas by JMV Services car. Currently down in 16th place overall, 5th in class. But that could have been the moment for Hans Polmans. A little bit more patience on the throttle and he could have got a really good run out of that. But unfortunately, not the case this time. Now, what can Hans do about re-closing that gap? We all know how quick he can be. And I think, to be fair, it's not going to take too much for him to stay with him. But, well, we both know and love Murray Walker, and we both know the phrase, catching's one thing, getting past is quite another.
Yeah, very much so. It's ever a truth in motor racing, and it's one of the radicals proving a moving roadblock there for a moment, and I think both of the 911 Cup cars there had to lift off.
That was the P2 car, that was Ross
Nicholson. Yeah, Ross Nicholson with a huge moment. Oh, as he clips the grass on the outside, a full spin. He has to recover. He knows time is of the essence. Oh, gets another slide on there. Almost collects a bunch of cars. And I'll tell you what, Chaz, that could have been a huge incident right there.
Ready? Hold on to your spleens, everyone, because, oh, look, the radical's got going. Oh my God. Wow. That was scarier than scary, that. And, I mean, when you have a car that's rejoining the circuit, you know it's a scary moment. But especially when it rejoins the circuit and then suddenly makes a beeline for your front wheel arch, that could be a slowdown. That's a slowdown.
Very much, certainly. And that, before Chaz, is what the French, I think, would rightfully call a Côte Marron moment.
Sacre bleu. But yeah, you're very, very right. The Sim RC car moves up another position. No, not that one, that one. Rudolf Nagel now moves up into 17th place overall. We've got Ross Nicholson in the pits, probably for a change of overalls after that moment, to be honest. Probably needs it. Get the Persil on. Right then.
How? Chaz, sorry I interrupt you. I'm dearly sorry, but how did Thomas Podbrocki stay ahead with the slowdown there before? I'm lost for words.
Beautiful defense, I think. Well, they stayed side by side. I don't actually think he got a slowdown from it, you know. I think he got a poor run out of there, and that was it. He mustn't have got a penalty for that. That's crazy, isn't it? You would have definitely thought that he did.
It looked a certain slowdown indeed, because he was all four wheels on the wrong side of that chicane, and usually On most tracks, iRacing will text that as a slowdown from McDonald's Racing. Jeff Muriel is...
He just
clips the gravel there.
Yeah, he's just gone to check out one of the fields of their organic farmers that they claim to have that brings them the burger meat. that was terrible. I'll go now. I didn't construct that very well. I'm sorry. I'm gonna be getting voted on for an award here. I don't deserve it after that. Flipping out. Go and vote for Peter Mackay. Right then. So somehow, yeah, Thomas Podprocki holding on to this top 10. I don't know. Like you said, no offence to Thomas, but I don't know how, because Hans Polmans is constantly chasing him down, isn't he? We'll go on board again just to show this chase from the front of the Porsche. And it's just great. This is really enticing racing, isn't it? Because we've got this constant battle. They're not actually battling side by side or making contact. It's just the chase of it. It's just brilliant to watch. I love it.
It really is. And it swings back and forth, and then it goes one way, and then it goes the other, and then all of a sudden you have a pit stop with a driver change, and the entire dynamics of the battle have a 180-degree switch, and all of a sudden it's the other car being faster, and then taking all that together to see which is like who's first at the line when the checkered flag drops. It's what makes endurance racing great, and we've certainly gotten about to talk about just what's so nice about these races, and even in a sim, because I have to say that I'm very excited about being on iRacing for these races. There are a few other sims that could also hold up to the challenge of making a race this long interesting, because there are certain also a couple of sim and simcade titles where a race like this it's just much too long to ever really be exciting, and that's saying a lot about the level of detail that's actually on display here.
Yeah, definitely. And one thing I've always said about iRacing is just how naturally the cars move. Now, it's very difficult, obviously, when you're online to get the natural movement of the cars, you know, the bounce over the curbs, the body language of how they're sliding, what each wheel is doing. And even the camera angles as well. I mean, you see a lot of sims where they're fixed to the car. The car is always perfectly in the middle, and it's not a realistic camera angle. You know, the camera moves around a little bit with the car. They try and follow it naturally. And just the combination of those two things for me, and the lighting effects that we have now, just make iRacing so much better in terms of the visual aspect to watch. But something that's definitely a visual aspect to watch would be Thomas Podprocki's rear view mirror then, because there wouldn't have been any Flemish car. It nearly ended up in the door. This is fantastic stuff from Hans Polmans, but at the same time, Podprocki's not really defending that hard, is he? He's not having to. Polmans has opened the door. Look at this. He's not going to get anything done from there, though. That's the thing. He's put himself in a position now where he's going to have a compromised run. He's got no run at all. This is what I said before. He's trying too hard, isn't he? There's no patience on the throttle. That's a real shame, that is. That battle has been killed.
Yeah, that it has for now at least, and now he's got all the work to do again, Hans Polmans. And I was just thinking that maybe it doesn't look like Thomas Podprocki is necessarily defending that hard, but what he does is defend with his head, and and he does it so brilliantly. He just marshals Hans Polmans onto the wide side, and he knows where the next corners are heading. He knows exactly where he wants to put Hans Polmans, so he's in a position where he really cannot go for the overtake, and just continues to put him in those places time and time again to keep the positions. That is incredible to watch.
Is indeed. It's always good fun. Now, in the TCRs, Jonathan Poulet has ended up leading the class in his optimal sim racing blue machine, but they have not pitted for a long time. They pitted on lap 55, so they've done nearly more than 70 laps on this set of tyres in this TCR car. Their pit stops for Keanu Bourguignon and Bram van Putten, that's Flemish Sim Sports and G-Drive, were on laps 104 and 106. So surely, soon we would expect this optimal sim racing car to come in. He is 28 seconds ahead of Keanu Bourguignon. He's just gone past Bram Bellemans in the Brab machine. in 35th. He's just now coming out of the pit lane. Anton Dupin in the YouTube chat saying, what a battle for TCR. Indeed, mate. Well done. That was great to watch. Absolutely awesome to watch. Plenty of fun. And right now, this Audi leads your class. So we'll have a bit of a recap of some of the classes, to be fair. We've got 1 hour to go in the race. There's no Janos Scheiner's gone way, way off. The Simtag racing car doing a bit of Paris-Dakar there. Back on. And the Flemish car, the 999, has got ahead of Steve Kleiss, but that's because he's come in the pits at long last. But let's have a quick look then. Sorry, mate. Cone Klotman leading the way. Do you want to recap us top 3 in each class? Why don't we go through them?
Yeah, indeed, it's Cone Klotman leading for Urano Esports, and they're leading by a solid margin by now. And only incidents and mistakes can cause Ross Nicholson and Sim Stickers in the number 7 machine to come back at them. They're currently second. They're looking good. And Dynamics Radical Racing, the number 6 car of Jens van Herk, is third at the moment. Leading the 911 Cup class is, well, the car right there, the number 11 car. We've seen it before, and here it is again in the lead. It's, of course, been goal by Simtag EMG with Vince Peters behind the wheel. Optimal Sim Racing Red, though, they've had a bit of a tough time in their very good-looking car indeed. It's Gillian Peters still in there, but not too far behind, as you can see, across the line. It's about 15 seconds. And GT Racing there with the Joel Erlenbroek in third in class, and then it's close in several places further down the 911 Cup class as well. However, in the GT4s, it's Robin de Ville now behind the wheel of the Flemish SimSports black car. They have been doing a sterling job so far, and they are looking more than good to take a very, very good race result home with them here tonight. Second is Team MRS, who continues to fly at a decent pace, though, under the radar. They are avoiding incidents. We haven't seen them involved in anything, basically. We haven't really seen anything of them. And mind you, in a race like this, that's often a very good thing, especially when you're in a position like that. That means that they've driven a very steady and consistent race. Kudos to them for that. And in third, the first BMW of the Actress Motorsports team, the number 15 car of Rob Dyson, who is he's also been doing a very good job, though. He's been involved or been around a lot of stuff, because they haven't really been involved in anything, but I've just seen them here and thereabouts when we've seen other incidents, and it's always a scary situation to be in, but they've dealt with it very well indeed. Keanu Borgagnan for Flemish SimSports White is leading the battle that Anton Dupin mentioned in chat not too long ago. It was a very good battle. They have been extending the gap to the car in second. You can see it down here, just atop the picture there, the 17 car of Bram van Putten, who's now back in and who's been closing the gap again, although the last lap was a little bit faster. That could be down to traffic, but that battle is far from over. And in third in the TCR class, and rounding off, coming into the pits now, is Antoine Boss and the number 37 car, and that means I think positions are going to change, which means yet again I'm wrong.
Thank you very much, Hasse, for that little recap there. Jens van Herk's just had an issue and gone off the circuit again, I'm afraid, in the Radical. Maybe just, too hot into Coppice. Great avoidance by the car behind. Somehow the BMW and the Porsche miss him as well. And he then recovers once again to get back out on the circuit. There is a flying Audi TCR car, defying laws of gravity. Oh, it's realised we've seen it. But no, they just pop it in the pits there, the Optimal Sim Racing purple machine, the Optimal Sim Racing blue car that we saw leading that class before their pit stop have now regained that third place. This is a battle within the TCRs as well. Olivier Bultink just 7/100ths of a second behind Lawrence Klutz, obviously side by side. Theoretically, they were the other way round starting this lap as well, as you can see by the numbers on the doors. This is BMS and CCTS right together. Both of them have had very lively races so far. Great to see them so close together. The CCTS Esports Belcar machine staying just in front. Oh, we've got Jean-Louis Deschamps off the circuit, have we? no apologies. It's Bram Bellemans in the Brap machine. He's not really going Brap at the moment. He's going backwards, if anything. Let's see what happened here. Is he just going to clip the grass on the exit? Actually, no. He's unsettled the car on the curb on the inside now. That's an easy thing to do. And that's a big hit on a metal wall, that. Oh, no front bump. No bonnet either, sorry.
Yeah, major damage to the front end of the car, and he'll be glad the engine's not in that
yeah, true.
things, indeed. But that doesn't mean it can't have caused any damage to his suspension cars. Also, it did look sort of like a head-on collision, which is often in iRacing one of the best sorts of collisions you can have. It doesn't affect your suspension, and it in turn actually allows you to keep on driving. Here's Olivier Boulton coming out of the pits. Had a bit of a squiddly moment there when they were side by side before, and then made me have a bit of an increase in heart rate there, at least within a bit of time. But we've seen some very good battles in the TCRs. We've seen brilliant battles as well in the GT4s and the 911 Cup pass. And in the Radicals, we've seen some really good fighting over the first stint, and also on occasion throughout the race. But it's been more a case of negotiating traffic safely at speed, which of course in the Radicals is no easy feat at all. And yet again, Urano Esports are dominating that very disciplined, such a skillful team they are.
It is indeed. Right, now a bit of an announcement as well. On behalf of one of the series sponsors, Simtag, they're going to be giving away a hydraulic pedal set to one of the drivers competing in all races. They're going to do a raffle at the last race and announce it at the podium presentation at the final race. So over the course of the season, we're going to have that prize, which is awesome to see. Thank you very much for Simtag for coming along and getting involved in that. What we'll do now, everybody, is we'll give you a lovely ride on board with your race leaders. Hasse and I are just going to take one final break as we head into the last hour here. We're 134 laps in the book in the Virtual Belcar Winter Series at Donington Park. We'll be back with you in 5 minutes' time. We hope you've been enjoying the ride on board with Cone Klopman in the lead car in this race overall, the Urano Esports Radical. And welcome back to the final hour of the first round of the Virtual Belcar Winter Series here from Donington Park on Simracersworld TV. My name is Chaz Draycott. Joining me, or I should say surviving alongside me or putting up with me, has been Hasse for this race. Hasse, this has been a real corker, and to be honest, it's setting us up for a fantastic championship once again, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, and I'd expect nothing less by now from anything that carries the Belcar label on it. Every time we've had anything to do with the Virtual Belcar E-Series, the racing has been absolutely brilliant, and it's been a gift that just keeps on giving, and I think we're in for another season of treats here. If this race has been anything to go by, that's very, very much certainly the case. So all the reason to tune in. And mind you, we'll be serving you a race per month. And it's going to be carrying on for the next 6 months. So for the entirety of the winter, once a month, you will all have to put up with the company of Chaz, Draycott, and myself. And our dad's sense of humor, if you will.
Yeah, we'll go with that. Pim Bao, by the way, has just passed Cone Gressens. He was chasing down the number 50 Porsche at 4th position, and that is the move. So there's now a BMW not only in the top 3, but in 2nd place. So
that's the oh, sorry.
No, go on. I was just going to say mega stuff from the BMW. Awesome to see.
Yeah, indeed. Very, very good stuff. They've been picking up the pace as the race has been going on here. The MRS Porsche not really wanting to battle too hard. That is a big chunk of traffic here. Oh, Ross Nicholson, that's a car in 2nd place. And he's going to hit this. That is a soft barrier, but it's enough to cause damage to the fragile Radical. More damage to his car. We were on board with Ross Nicholson. He clips the grass on the inside.
I thought we were on board with Lando Norris. Sorry. But yeah, that's, to be honest, I don't really think, I'm going to look at it again. Which Porsche was it? It was the number 19 Simtag machine, Janos Jaina. There was barely a touch. And that, again, that just shows you how fragile these little radicals are, doesn't it? The tiniest of touches. They are just on an absolute knife edge of adhesion, these things, and it's actually crabbing a little bit as well, isn't it? Look at the rear wing as well, obviously bent to an angle. Yeah. That's definitely crabbing, I think. Let's have a look as he goes up. I'm not sure. I think it might just be the wing deceiving me.
No, I think it looks like it. I have to agree with you. It looks to be grabbing the entire frame of the car. I'm afraid it's bent. And they're going directly into the pit, so indeed that car is quite heavily damaged, and that might really hurt Simsticker's chances of finishing on the podiums. I'm just gonna have a look at the gap down to Traxxas by JWS Motorsports car, who's all of a sudden now in 3rd place. It's Jorn van den Akker. Their car is in very good shape still. They might have spent a fast repair on. I'm not sure. They might have spent one earlier in the race. But only a little slight bump on their rear end. They still have a car that looks fairly clean. And they are, from what I can see, though, 4 minutes and 11 seconds down. But those 4 minutes, Chaz, they're going to be spent quickly in the pits if you have a big set of repairs to do.
You will indeed. And that is actually the number 6 car for position, Martin Deckens. And well, it's near Christmas, so he's going to Deckens the halls with boughs and holly or whatever the words are. I don't really care for Christmas carols. But that is now third place for Martin Deckens. And onto the podium goes Dynamics Radical Racing. Sim stickers are back out. So Brian Loyne's now behind the wheel and a repaired car down the inside of the ReclaimeMaker.be machine. Now Kevin Tavares, the lead Porsche in the pits, you could see that there was a bit of a change on the reflection on the bonnet there, maybe just taking their fast repair for the last 40 minutes or so of this race. Boudwin Kuster 49 seconds back before the pit stop and doing a great job as always. This Bengal by Simtag EMG car. They've not had the easiest of rides this race. You know, they pretty much had it all their own way last season. There was a couple of moments where I think was it the Allied Esports machine that was all over them?
Yes.
It was, wasn't it? The number 26, the blue and black machine with the beautiful gradient and wonderful digital pattern on it. I'm getting excited. They were chasing them down considerably last season. And I think now without them here, unfortunately, well, you would have thought that they'd have a real run of it and be running away from everybody. Van Genekten has overtaken Tavares, but only by a tiny bit after the pit stops have overlapped. But that is actually... Yeah, he's pitted on lap 128. Vapor Shop RDR, Van Genekten pitted on lap 125. So they're pretty much together on their pit stop strategies. Boudwin Kuster pitted on lap 120 as well. So I think that's pretty much as it is at the moment. So the Vapor Shop car doing a great job to get up to second place again. Hans saying that was a weak pun, Chaz, and it was. The TCR battle, Hasse, 2.5 seconds between them. There's 1 point, well, there's a second back to the PSR BMW and then another 2.6 seconds back to Bram van Putten. This is not over, is it, this TCR battle?
By no means, also because we know that Bram van Putten was the driver who put the number 17 G-Drive Racing Exemia car quite well ahead. What had just happened here, Chaz? Brian Loynes. Oh no, and they just had the fast repair taken. Oh, he keeps it out the wall.
Oh, heck.
I mean, Brian Loynes just got in the car, and you just have to wonder if it's the nerves beginning to play on him. Here's Kimpy Haidt in the 876 Flemish Simsports red BMW M4. Coming back to that TCR battle that we were talking about before, Chaz, I think it's a good point to make that it's now Bram van Putten in the car, and he's been a force to be reckoned with in the TCR machine, as you well know as well. And to see what he can do about that gap, not a lot. Over the last 40 minutes of the race, it's going to be interesting. It's going to be a sprint race all the way to the line, and it's so close between the two. At the moment, it's less than 5 seconds, and that's going to go to the wire, I think.
It does. And Matthew Crisp in chat from Facely Forward, good to see you, mate. He says, Bram is putting his foot down. I like that. And hopefully he doesn't do anything that is detrimental to his performance. I've already used that one. So it's Keanu Reeves beat Bourguignon that is still leading this for Flemish Simsports. And what a great drive it's been. I mean, we saw them take the lead on merit earlier, on track as well. It was a genuine manoeuvre to get past. I think it was Bram van Putten in the car at the time as well when they swapped round. But Bram is just in the background in that little orange and white Audi. It's just gone behind the flipboard of logos in the top right. Thank you, of course, to all of the partners on board for this series. Rudolf Nagel's just gone off. It's time for us to call him Rudolf the Red. Racing driver. It's a good thing that Audi's built like a tank.
How? It says a little bit of thing about just how light a car the Radical is. Any other machine, and you would expect the car to be pushed out of balance. The Audi just hardly even feels it. That's incredible.
That was like, look at the Radical down there. That's disgusting. That was literally like watching a mosquito fly into the side of a 747, wasn't it? It was like
it very much so. It was, and I was very, very surprised. I was just expecting than the 17 car to just be badly out of shape onto the grass, and anything can happen from there. And it's a position like they're in right now, battling for the lead. It would have been such a shame. Another Côte Marron, if you will.
Hendrik de Grave says, Alonso helmet, that explains it. Wow, that's savage. Hendrik also said Keanu has settled into the Matrix. Which, yeah, I like that. The gap is, back to Bram Van Putten, is 20 seconds. What? Bram came in the pit lane. I
think he got a Anton Dupin in chat saying that the G-Drive TCR car got a drive-through for the incident.
Oh yeah, that's for the incident points. They get a drive-through. Yeah, for every certain amount of incident points they get a drive-through penalty. So the 4 incident points they would have got there from that radical hitting them has probably destroyed their chance at catching the Flemish Simsports car unless anything happens to it. Wow.
Yeah, indeed. They still have in the vicinity of 40 minutes to put things right for themselves, but that's a big blow to their chances and ambitions at this late stage of the race.
I'll tell you one thing as well. I hope that Rudolf Nagel's got some good bodyguards. He's going to need him after the race in Discord, I think. Vandenberg has shown us the DRS boards. It's every 25 incidents that you get that as well. Let's have a look. What's happened to Thies? Oh, just out of coppice. Too hard on the throttle. And unfortunately, another spin for the 16. Now, we get an off-tracks counter in the SDK software. Wim Everett's and the BMS Esports TCR car are on 27. Quite further down the order. Not many cars have got more than 10. JJ Motorsport have got 36. But unfortunately, that Dynamics Racing Blue Porsche has 52 off tracks at the moment. We've only got 6 for Cone Klopman. How do you go that fast and only get 6 off tracks in a 3.5 hour race? That just hurts my feelings.
Yeah. Well, I think it's just a matter of just settling in to a rhythm that you can do, and maybe driving the car to 97, 98. And the better you are, the more you're going to be able to push this percentage, but to something that's right underneath not only the limits of the car, but of your own capabilities as well.
Yeah.
I think that's pretty much the key, and it's a zone that I have such a hard time finding whenever I do a 1 hour ILMS, and then whenever I get in the car for a 12 or 24-hour race, I often go around for 6 or 8 hours in total and pick up in the vicinity of 10x.
Sorry, mate.
So, yeah.
Hendrik de Grave has just said it's called practice. To be fair, though, I do want to point out, we did mention before the whole I rating debate. Cone Klopman's 7,256 I rating. None of the 3 drivers driving the Radicals chasing him down at the moment have more than 2,000. Martin Deckens has the highest out of the 3 behind him at the moment with 1,987. And I mean, even I'm 2,200, and I'm rubbish. Deckens nearly gets decked himself there by one of the Audis. Oh, Janos Jaina's had an issue. What has happened to Janos Jaina?
And Jeff van den Echten as well, and the 111 car's been involved in it, I'm afraid, or it could be something completely separate. But I think...
Oh, Janos was really tiptoeing.
And Bram van Putten, Chaz, has been involved as well.
Yep, let's have a look at what happened to Jeff van den Echten. Oh, wrong camera. Oh, he's just gone off at the final corner, giving it a bit of a kiss on the grass there, running wide. Bram van Putten has been off track for apparently a second and a half. Let's have a look. Oh, he was avoiding the Porsche. Gets away with that. Jeff van den Echten's gone off again, though, by the look of it. And he has. That's big time.
Oh.
Big time into the wall. Sorry, everyone, for the sporadic replays, but gravel, wheel, grass, wall. There you go. So, Jeff van den Echten, though, that's big, that, because they said that the Van den Echten train was on it. Oh, Janos Jaina's had another off out of there as well. He's having a real nightmare of it. But yeah, the Van den Echten was flying before. It was brought to our attention in chat, and I'm afraid that has come to an end, that chase at the moment. you've got to wonder whether that damage will give them a meatball and tell them to go back in the pits. You'd hope not. You'd hope that the car is tough enough to continue, but it looks a bit wobbly through there, doesn't it, mate?
Yeah, it doesn't look too good for me, but is it going to be a meatball? The suspension looks to be fairly straight, at least from what we can see, but it's not always going to be completely visible. But it does indeed look a little wonky whenever he gets on the accelerator. And such a piece of bad luck anyways for Jeff van der Eckler there, who was, mind you, in a position to actually challenge not only for podium places, but up there to actually challenge for the race win in the end, because he was absolutely hammering along. And now it seems to be a two-horse race between Boede van Kuster and Kevin Tavares, but mostly really turning more now in the favor of the 11 car.
Yeah, it's gone right the other way. Oh, Brian Loynes has had another issue. Right now, Robin Van Gogh has had an issue. Let's have a look here. In the Porsche, I can hear a radical. Oh, that's a big off. That's going to be a humongous hit. Side on into the wall as well. Now, Brian Loynes. Oh, hello. Yeah, no, I've tried to turn the swooshing noise down. Sorry, guys, but yeah, apparently it just won't do anything. Oh, and he gets hit by Bram Van Putten. And Bram Van Putten is in the wall. Wow. What? Right, let's just reassess this. Brian goes in, a little bit too hot, over the crest, car gets out of shape, loses it on the gravel, gets a hit from the Audi. Now watch this avoidance here. Oh, he's actually already gone off as the Porsche. Probably a good thing as well. Wow. Yeah, I have tried to turn that replay swoosh noise down a bit. I'll see whether there's anything else I can do with it. I wonder if this does anything to do with it. Let's just bear with me. Let's just. Aha! They've put something in SDK for it. Thank you so much, Pascal Higelin.
Yeah,
I love you. They've finally found a way to turn it down. Leave it not
mind you, viewers, I have the very same amount of loudness. I get it from Chaz's end as well, so it's very loud in my headphones also. So I think I will be appreciating it just as much as all of you. Here's Cone Clubman getting a little close, but it's under control. I get a little less nervous with him than with many other drivers there. But Bram Van Putten, what a horrendous moment for him. And that, mind you, that incident we saw just a few seconds ago, that was second place in the Radical class. As you can see now, Sim Stickers is in the pits. They don't have a faster pair, and their gap down to Martin Deckens in the Dynamics Radical Racing car. Racing, it is Radical Racing, good. Got it right for once. Anyway, it's shrinking, and you'd think a gap of almost 3 minutes is it's a handsome one, but once the mechanics are working on the car, it's often gonna be a minor gap indeed. So we could be looking at a position change in the Radicals here within the last 30 minutes of the race, and very much the same in the TCRs, because now the Flemish Sim Sports car is in a very good position to keep on chucking away at the laps and to claim the first victory of the series here. And also, I think Optimal's already gotten past on G-Drive, who might, I'm not completely mistaken, might already be out again.
Yeah, I think they are. Yeah, definitely back on it, flicking up bits of dirt down the craners. Only 5.2 seconds behind Mathieu Detry, but definitely not the start they wanted this season. Now, we said at the start of the broadcast, didn't we? We've got half an hour to go. We said that this track, with how narrow it is going to be a difficult one for these drivers to negotiate and to keep it clean without contact the whole time. And that's come very true, I think. We've been most certainly correct in that regard, haven't we?
Yeah, we really have. And I think we might not always be right, or at least I might not always be right in my assessments of things during the race, but I think our general feeling of how is this race going to play out has been pretty
spot on.
Pretty spot on. Bram Van Putten just giving me a bit of a hard up the throat moment there. He gets sideways through the chicane in a front wheel drive car. That's impressive, all in its own right. But it's been I mean, every time we've had a track that isn't as straightforward. And I say straightforward. Even Spa is still relatively straightforward to have a race like this. Daytona, relatively straightforward. So Zolder is not straightforward. And it's proven now tonight that Donington really isn't either, because it's been a huge challenge indeed for the drivers to deal with the traffic.
It has indeed, mate. You're spot on there. And to be honest, I think that it's a very underrated circuit, is Donington Park. I, along with many others, I'm not really a fan of this Grand Prix loop section. The Donington National Circuit always provides better racing, and me and David Addison were discussing that when we commentated on a race here just a week or so ago, and just that Donington Grand Prix loop at the final part, it sort of kills the flow of the circuit. It's a very stop-start bit of track, and you know, it makes the lap longer. It means that there's more circuit for these drivers to race on, but at the same time, it does take a bit out of it, if I'm honest with you. Now, here's Jorn van den Akker, who I must say, in terms of helmet designs, with his own helmet design, that looks brilliant. I do like that a lot. Bit of dazzle camo on there as well, just to confuse you. Nice shadow work. I'd like to know who's done that. Oh, there's a BMS car off on the right. That is the number 33 of Bart Levens. And it looks like he's leaving some tyre marks on the grass at the moment. But this Traxxas car by JWS, new car this season. It's been doing all right, hasn't it?
Yeah, it really has. It's been a good run so far. They had a little bit of an incident early days, if I'm not completely mistaken, but they've been carrying on in a very good manner after that. They've kept it clean. They've been within their limits and dealing with the traffic in a very safe manner. And they've been good on their patience, which often helps. There's the McDonald's car ahead. And one thing I just never got around to saying is that we're just really glad to see the McDonald's car back.
Yeah, we are indeed. They made a bit of a hash of the first round at Spa last season, but there was a lot of demand for cars to be in this series, and it's one of the ones that we certainly remembered. Cedric Wouters absolutely launching that car around. This is the Traxxas by J&V Services car. Now, SimRC, Rudolf Nagel. Did we see another incident for Rudolf? I can't remember now. I think we did, didn't we? He's dropped all the way down to the back of the field.
I don't recall seeing an incident for Rudolf, but the car doesn't really look hugely.
Oh yes, it was with the Audi.
Yeah.
Rudolf went off, but then what finished this car off? Because like you said, it didn't look too badly damaged. Does he just go back to the pits from there? Is he just waiting? We are going to stick with this because the car just ended up not coming home, essentially. Not sure whether he had another issue or something, but we'll get to the bottom of this while we have 25 minutes of the race to go. Into the chicane. Car still wobbling around on the brakes. Oh, it's not handled very well through there. Maybe they're just having repairs. Let's have a look. You can still, it's got that little wiggle about it. There must be something to do with Rudolph's wheel. But to me, this looks fine at the minute. It must just be that it got a meatball flag for that the front left being bent in. Does he go into the pits? Yeah, he does. And then that'll be that. And then he goes into the pits from there, and he's been there ever since, I'm afraid. Very strange. Real shame as well, that. They were flying, weren't they? Really were.
Yeah, they were going well, and they were trying to fight their way back up the order and see what kind of scraps could be picked up. Clubman, what a corner entry there. There's Jorn van den Akker, third. Dynamics, Radical racing the number 6 cars up into second place, following the incident of the Sim Stickers machine, which is still in the pits for repairs, and they have lost out on all podium places now. They're back into 4th place. The bingo by Simtag EMG. Sorry.
Oh, sorry,
the 11
mate.
car. Yeah, what?
There's nearly a change of position here because Martin Deckens just got held up by the 13 Porsche, and now the Traxxas by JWS car is right on their heels. The number 4 machine, although he's gone very deep, into the Melbourne hairpin, so surely at this point Martin Deckens has had a bit of a free pass. We've got Dieter Arts in the chat saying that it's very exciting at the front. Stephen de Wolf very happy as well with that car being in P2 at the moment. Now Porsche flashing his lights, even though he's about 3 postcodes away from the car in front. But still, you've got to let them know early, so fair play. But Jorn van den Akker is now on the chase to try and go after Martin Deckens. This is for an overall 2nd position. They're both going to be on the podium as things stand, but, well, we've got some right traffic negotiations to get on with now, mate.
Oh, yeah. Oh, he's getting held up by the BMS 911 here. Oh, that's costing him valuable time. Look at the other radical sail up the road here.
Gets the cutback. Nicely done.
But these are the situations, Chaz, that are so hard to deal with as a driver because you just want to get past. You just want to keep on chugging away and being right behind the guy in front. Be there to capitalize on any opportunities, any mistakes you can do to jump ahead. And now there are several cars in between, and the gap grew from, well, a few meters to, what is that, 3-4 seconds now or such. It's quite a big gap now, and it's came from out of nowhere. It just goes to show how quickly things can turn here. And Jorn van den Akker, I think he does very well in that situation to actually just remain calm.
Yeah, it's easy to do sometimes. Oh, I've just realised as well, sorry everybody, that we were getting asked about the drivers at the top with the class display showing who was leading in each class and the drivers being different to what's on the live timing. It's just because that graphic isn't made to update the names automatically when they have a driver swap, so that's my bad. Apologies, guys. I've just given the wrong answer to Leaving Up the Beak. But this is such a chase at the minute. Sim Stickers are back in the pit lane. Oh, sorry, still in the pit lane, I should say. Real shame for them to have lost that podium, because that would have been a hell of a debut in the Virtual Belcar Winter Series. But we're now on with Jorn van den Akker. We're going to stay on with him for a little bit in this chase. But at the moment, it looks like the gap, if we try and bring the battle box, we'll try and see how many cars will we need. There you can see, there you go, 3 and 2, Deckens, the car that he's chasing down. So you can see the gap between the traffic as well, which is quite interesting to have. Quite like that. We'll stay on board. But this is, I mean, to be fair, this car, because of how quick this car is, you've just got to have lightning fast reactions, haven't you, to just hold on to it for the whole time. It's just unbelievable, the skill involved in these radicals.
Yeah, it is. It is really one of the hardest cars, I think, to drive in the sim as a whole. Of course, I haven't tried. I'm not anywhere near having tried every car in iRacing, so of course I really can't say. But of the cars I've tried, of the cars I've driven, this certainly is one of the more challenging cars to drive. It's so alive, it's so difficult. And there was a good point being made in chat. I'm sorry I don't remember who made it, but concerning downshifts, a little blip of the throttle really seems to help balance the car, even though it should have some auto blipping. But it seems to need more throttle on the blips, and it does help on the over-rotation of the rear end. Look at the traffic up ahead here, Chaz. A big chunk of cars. Oh, and someone's off, and it's a 16 car. Oh, and Jorn van den Akker does well to just go around the outside.
Scary moment there for Jorn van den Akker. And yeah, I agree with what you were saying about the downshift. Just giving it a little bit more of a boot on the way down can sometimes help. But it's like with the Aussie supercars, you know, a lot of the time what people consider a blip on the throttle in those cars is stamp 100% throttle into the thing on the change down. It's just great. They're fantastic fun to drive, but obviously this Radical a lot more fragile, so you cannot treat it in such a way. We've got a battle in GT4, by the way, that we're just going to go and have a quick look at, which is Marnix de Wit chasing down Hans Damians. Sorry, the other way around. It's Hans Damians. This seems a lot more sedate, doesn't it? Chasing down Jürgen Gulischer in the JJ Motorsport car. Porsche against BMW. It's been great to have the BMWs out there on track tonight, hasn't it? Because it just adds that extra little element into the GT4 battles, so it's not all one make little classes. Oh, apologies. I think we Yeah, I think we lost.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, there he is.
Mike. It's there's a simple explanation. Is that my wireless keyboard sometimes doesn't really get it, and if I press again, then when it does get it, it mutes my mic again, and it's rather annoying, to be honest. It was the first time I was just hoping for a clean record. Oh no, mute issues, and then it's like binning it with 18 minutes to go. But I was saying the GT4 is it's the BMW M4 GT4. It's a great addition to the roster of cars in iRacing. And personally, I would absolutely love to see an expansion of the TCR class. And at some point, there was actually quite a lot of talk about the Mazda, whatever that's called,
the
Mazda 3, Mazda 3 TCR. Yeah, exactly. Something about the developers of iRacing being kind of close in the development with the actual car and such. But rumors seems to have quietened down a bit, which is of course a bit of a shame. It would be great. Imagine having another TCR car in the field here as well to bring the battle to the Audis. It would be making it even more of a spectacle to look at, and even more competitive. Oh, the Brab car! Oh, I'm afraid it's off. I don't think it's gone into the wall, Chaz. Let's see on the replay here in over rotation.
Yeah, just a little bit of a mistake, isn't it? Frederick Van Eekhoven is saying, let's add the i30N TCR. I humongously agree. Like, yeah, just that. That, please. Obviously, rumours, well, you say rumours, it's pretty much confirmed at the moment. iRacing teasing about the new Lamborghini Huracan GT3 Evo coming to iRacing very soon, after the picture that Steve Myers put on Twitter the other day of the rear window. I think Mazda have backed out of real-life TCR. Frederick's literally just said the same thing that I was going to go for. They're not going to continue with the program, unfortunately, so I think that's part of it. Jürgen Gulischer, by the way, the JJ Motorsport car, has gone off track. Whether he got some help or not. Oh, he got a bit of a kiss there from the BMS car.
I think
and
that was...
Oh, he's got straight on. I think it was the number 9 machine, wasn't it? O'Neill Muth. Yes.
Yeah,
that was
I'm
the
afraid
guilty party.
looks like a bit of a net code to me, but seemed like it was just the slightest of touches, but it was enough to offset the BMW and just get it out of balance. And at this late stage, that's really not what you want. Just 15 minutes of racing left here. Martin Decken's second place for Dynamics Radical Racing, the 6th car. It's been... well, apart from the Urano Esports #1 car leading, apart from that, it's been very unpredictable. And it's been up and down and left and right and back to center and then a 360 turn in the Radicals class. It's been brilliant.
It has been fun. Cedric Wouters is still making his way up the order as well. The Traxxas by JMV Services car has now recovered into the top 10. So they're doing a mega job. Real shame about the SimRC machine. The SimRC Capazunda. And no stasis car this season, Hasse. No stasis car in the Radicals.
No, and just like at the Zolder 24, the stasis car wasn't there either, or if it was another livery at least. So no color splash art car for us anymore to get wildly excited about. Chaz, it might be a bit of a letdown, but it might also help keep our focus elsewhere on the racing. But no, to be completely honest, I'm very sad not to see that car racing, because it was an absolute beauty.
It was.
And it was the Radical and the body shape, which I think isn't necessarily always easy to design something to. Sometimes I think some of the road cars or the race cars that are based on road cars are probably a little easier to get designs onto than some of the more prototype-ish cars, which category the Radical very much falls.
Yeah.
But the Stasis car was just absolutely.
To be fair to them as well, it's probably best that they're not here to keep the morale of their drivers up, because they had possibly the worst luck last season. They had so many fantastic performances just ruined by incidents, or they had an incident early on and never quite recovered from it. It was such a shame. Oh, we've got Nathan Van Kerkhove off the circuit. The BMS Esport TCR2 GT4 car going through. Keanu Borgnel still leading TCR, by the way, for Flemish Sim Sports. Doing a mega job so far. Oh, Brian Loynes. Brian Loynes has gone off the track again. It's not gone well in this fine Lauer for Sim Stickers. But we have 13 minutes of this race to go. And Cone Klopman and his team at Urano Esports have a 6-minute and 14-second lead as things stand. That is pretty much 5 laps, isn't it? That's unbelievable.
It is a huge margin by now, and things will have to go very, very, very wrong indeed. And actually, I think they're not going to have to do many laps by now before the following cars just won't be able to catch up. So for them, basically, only 6 minutes of the race remaining, if you will. But of course,
yeah.
Oh,
hello.
Klopman picks off the grass there on the inside. Some a bit of dust there as well as he takes a rather untraditional line through.
That was frightening.
Through there. Ooh, that was very scary indeed. It just goes to show how little it takes to get it all wrong in one of these cars. And when you see these teams then going about for 4 hours without any huge incidents, actually they had one and spent their fast repair on that. And that aside, they've been spared of anything major, but what I would categorize as a close call indeed.
Yeah, and that's it. Like, tiny little moments like that can change your race completely. If you choose to just push the car that little bit more, run the extra sort of 6 inches wide and just put a wheel on the grass, it can make all the difference. We've got a lock-up in front. We've got Porsches and BMWs all over the place. The Simtag car, number 19, 10th in class at the moment. It's Josef Kovacs for Simtag Racing. He's got a minute and a half ahead to Adam McNally, who is literally right in front of him on track as well. So almost exactly a lap ahead at the moment, Adam McNally for XI iRacing. Bit of a baptism of fire for them. Hopefully they'll put the fire out with the XI energy drink. And Jon van den Akker. Jon van den Akker's had an issue.
From 3rd place, this might be a game changer for them at this late stage. Oh no, I think that's not going to be too bad. That is a relatively small and benign incident here on board with Jorn. Let's see into the chicane. He's on the inside.
Oh, the curve just unsettles it, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I just want to go back to that point actually here, because if we do this and we just go on board, that is literally a shot of every single type of car in the series in one go. It's like a media day picture, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Absolutely brilliant. That's
Sorry.
Oh, that's well captured. That's very well. That's something that I rarely notice like that. But it's indeed all 5 cars that we're running in one shot indeed. The fact that we're running 5 cars here also means that with the current limitations of iRacing, which is 7 different cars, I believe, per lobby, that would mean that there would actually be space in this series for the expansion of even a GT4 or another TCR car. The Hyundai would be hugely nice to have as well.
It would.
And Bram Bellmans has had another issue, and this is a carbon copy of what we've seen several cars, and not only the GT4s, but also the 911 Cups.
Oh, that might have been an interesting one to look back on.
Yeah, it seems like he came right up onto some oncoming traffic there.
Scary moment indeed for anybody that comes around that corner. But at the moment, Kobe Clash has just disappeared. Now, forgive me for a moment. No. Doesn't look like he's disconnected yet. I'll say that. Kobe Class is just... Oh, there he is. Reappears, then disappears again. He's having severe internet issues at the moment. Hoping that he doesn't lose all these places. But look at this battle here. If we go onto the chopper cam for just a moment to show you all of these Porsches together. All 4 of them. We've got the 66 in there with Adam McNally. And the XI iRacing car. And then Josef Kovacs as well in the train. Great shots here, and of course the sun going down as well, so the car's looking ever prettier as the light fades here at Donington Park. But Kobe Class has a bit of a scare there, and That's almost like, we always say that's like having a mechanical failure, isn't it? Like an internet issue or something.
Yeah, that's the closest you come in sim racing, and it's not only internet connections, it can also be computer crashes, it can be, as you've also mentioned earlier, something we see from time to time, hardware issues. All of a sudden the wheel puts in full lock into one direction or another, or it just stops working, or sometimes it's pedal failures. I've had it quite a lot myself with the old G29 pedals that I had that had a problem with a sticking brake that just wouldn't disappear and such. So all these problems are very much a thing, and it's not only you and your head that has to get around the that's a close call as well on the outside there. But it's not only the drivers that had to make it to the checkered flag, it's everything else as well, just like in real life. So I think every single sim commentator in the world has the same kind of take of it. In the end, it only sort of adds to the realism.
Yeah, it does indeed. And it's always nice to have that, as this is O'Neill Muth just having a bit of an issue there with the a slight spin. We'll go back to live though. And now this is actually, so Kobe Class is actually battling Christoph Raas in this Flemish car here for position within this Porsche battle. So that's why they were all so scrabbly earlier trying to have a go. Hans Blankart's had another issue, I'm afraid, in his Porsche. Oh, that's going to go around. The old hairpin is honestly a brilliant, brilliant place to watch in motorsport. We've also got a big battle in TCR I've just seen as I've scrolled down the order, and just as Anton Dupin's put it in chat. Cheers, mate. You noticed it when I did. Probably a little bit before, actually. But Matthew Detry, well, we said Bram Van Putten, or someone else said Bram was putting his foot down before. There he is. He's right on the tail. Great shot with the sun glint there behind as well. Wonderful advert for Audi. But this is obviously for 2 spots on the podium. Oh, Cohen Klotman's just gone off track for 7 seconds. We'll have a look at that in a minute. But do you think this is going to get resolved quickly, Hasse?
It seems Bram Van Putten just has the pace advantage, at least at the moment, but left to be seen is just how much the optimal sim racing blue car, the 118 machine ahead, is going to be able to do in terms of defending. As of yet, Bram Van Putten hadn't really been able to find a way, but with all the traffic, with it's only, I was about to say it must be about 10 minutes, but time is flying when you're having fun, and here goes Van Putten up the inside. Oh, and he's not waiting about. That was a real TCR move, Chaz. They're still side by side. This is not resolved. But the track swings left, and Putten tries to squeeze over to gain as much place as he can, but I don't think he's going to make it here.
That was so aggressive. That was so aggressive indeed. The Optimal Sim Racing Blue machine just defending. Matthew Detry, 5,202 I rating. Bram Van Putten, 7,185, and he is certainly pushing hard now. 5 minutes of this race left to go. Well, what will we see then from Bram Van Putten? We go on board once again. Traxxas by J&V Services gain another place at the expense of one of the Porsches. Up to 7th place overall. You can hear a Porsche. Ready? There it goes. That was the number 99 GTE racing car, Maxim van den Hove at the wheel of that car. Now I just want to have a very, very quick look at what happened to Cohen Klotman. He went off track. Oh, hitting the JJ Motorsport car down the inside. And it looks like the JJ Motorsport BMW just didn't see him there, I'm afraid. And that was that. But we go back to this. Battle for 2nd and 3rd place in TCR. We just had Dries Maas go off circuit. Kenny Heremans has gone off track as well in the PSR BMW. Oh, that left rear wheel on the gravel, or just on the dirt. That's a good save though. Hats off.
Very, very well kept indeed. And meanwhile, there is also now less than a second between Kobe Klaas and Christoph Raas. And that is in the battle for 5th place in the 911 Cups as well, although it's going to be hard to take our eyes away from this one at the moment on the bumper of Van Putten.
There's that one.
Yeah, and they're not that far behind. Actually, they're coming up to let that TCR battle for second now. So we're going to be able to see everything at once. And what luck here, Chaz. 3 minutes of the race remaining.
Yeah, this is going to be a feisty one. So we've got the battle for 5th and 6th in the BLC2 class, chasing down the battle for 2nd and 3rd in the TCR class, BLC4. Will this traffic make a difference? It's going to make a difference one way or the other. Bit of contact there from Christoph Rass. Down the inside they both go. Into McLean's. He's lost it on the brakes and he's going to stop. Oh, Van Putten gets stopped. Or does he? Carries on somehow. What?
Oh. Did he Patrick Swayze his way through or something?
Oh, get out of the way. I'm not dealing with this. Not today. He's literally just there. Like I've worked so hard to get up to this place. I'm not dealing with any more of you Porsches. Just get off it. Adam McNally had a scary view of that as well, to be fair. But that's the Porsche battle decided. That's for sure. Definitely. So Christoph Rass has now gone up a place in the Flemish car. And in the TCRs, Keanu Bourguignon is way out in front with Mathieu Detry now second place. But he's only 1.3 seconds ahead of Bram Van Putten, so it just shows the pace of Bram. But we're into the last minute and a half and a bit at this moment. This race has flown by, and I can imagine for Conan Klopman and his team at Urano Esports, everything has flown by because they've just been so quick. It's just unimaginable how fast these guys are, but they're starting their season out in the best way possible. The next lap will be the final one, Hasse.
Yeah, and I think it'll be for the battle that we were watching before on the TCRs as well, because they just had about 140, which seems to be about the pace they're lapping. Might be a bit less, but I think
they'll do another one. They'll have another one because if Cohn's just come onto his last lap, he's the overall leader of the race, so he has to trigger the final lap of the race.
Oh yeah, of course.
So they're going to have one more, I reckon.
Well, that's all the better, because it gives us a chance for Van Putten to get back in there, and he must be. He's really on it, and he's managing to translate whatever fumes will be building up in the car into actual pace, which is a rare sight in sim racing. Often when the red mist descends, pace doesn't really pick up. But Bram Van Putten, even with all that's been happening to him, he's still just getting his head down. And this traffic might be aiding him. Oh, look at the optimum cup on the outside there. He's lost all that gap, and Van Putten's going to be right on the tail now. And we're going to be in for one lap that decides this TCR class. Of course, not the last or the class win, but second place in these points could prove to be very important, Chaz, at the end of the championship.
It could indeed. And the checkered flag is in the air for Urano Esports. What a performance to open their account in the Virtual Belcar Winter Series. Brilliant win by the reigning champions. 6 minutes and 24 seconds ahead. They saved the 45 car from doing an extra lap as well. Pulls over and begins trying to do some donuts. Martin Deckens is going to be second at the moment. Where is the class leaders in the Porsches? Where is the class leader? Oh, we've got Marnix DeWitt off big time, and that's not even a car that's finished the race. We've got Kenny Herriman's off as well. We've had silly hour. Martin Deckens into the final corner. It's going to be second place for them. What a brilliant drive indeed. Smashing job. And behind them, Keanu Bourguignon is going to win in TCR for Flemish Sim Sports. White, what a brilliant drive. They took the position on track early on and they never looked back. Awesome performance for Flemish Sim Sports. Well done, boys. And into the final couple of corners comes your Porsche Cup class leader, Boudwin Kuster. Bingo by Simtag EMG. Who else would it be? What a brilliant drive to take their first win of the season. 5th place overall as well. What a great performance that is. They can be very chuffed with that one. And behind them, Senna Hulsmans. Oh, spins it in the final corner. Bit of excitement. Don't reverse. No! Senna reverses into the other. Oh, my God. Reverses into the other cars. They know that Pim Bao has finished the race. So Senna Hulsmans with a dramatic end to their race in the number 39. Can you imagine if they get a drive-through for incident points now? But,
but it wouldn't really matter, would it? They're well ahead of the car in second, aren't they?
I think so. 52 seconds, and it'd give them a 40-second penalty. It would be so. Very well done, Flemish Sim Sports. 2 wins in class, 1 in TCR with this man, Keanu Bourguignon, and the other with the Porsche. So what we'll do then is we'll give you the class-by-class race results. And we'll first start with, of course, the overall race winners and the Radicals. Urano Esports take the win, 4 laps ahead of Dynamics Radical Racing. Traxxas by JWS Motorsport. Simstickers absolutely gutted for them because they were doing so well as all the shenanigans kick off in the background. They were doing so well until the last couple of pit stops. Traxxas by J&B Services recovered. They were 5th in class ahead of SimRC. Capazunda, who unfortunately didn't finish. Same with Edge Esports, who actually registered 2 cars for the session. Maybe some sort of connection issues there, but probably the most exciting class of the day. Hasse, I'll hand it over to you, mate, for BLC2, the Porsche Cup cars.
Yeah, indeed. And won by Bingo by Simtag EMG in the 11 car. Yet again, the reigning champions on top here. A lap ahead of Optimal Sim Racing Red and the number 20 machine with the 111 car of Vaporshop RDR Motorsports in 3rd. And GTE Racing, Flemish Sim Sports Yellow in that 999 machine 5th in class in front of Dynamics Racing Optica. G-Drive Racing Eximia with the ever relatively unlucky 13 car. A lot more potential, but finishing in 7th there in class. Then Track Velocity, if I could get it out by mouth. Excite iRacing in 9th. Simtag Racing 10th. BMS Esports GT3 Cup Belcar with the number 9 machine there in 11th place. GHK E-Racing by T2 Racing in 12th. Reclamemaker.be is 13th, and in 14th, Dynamics Racing Blue.
Behind them in the next class was BLC3, which was the GT4 cars. Great fun to watch, fantastic to have the BMW in the series as well. Flemish Sim Sports take the win with Flemish Sim Sports Black. Ecris Motorsport get a BMW in 2nd place with Team MRS in 3rd. Then it's Sim Formula Europe ahead of JJ Motorsport. Flemish Sim Sports Red with Greenleaf Racing Green and Graphite Racing Belcar in 8th. Then it's PSR 9th, BMS Esport TCR2 Belcar 10th, help. BE Sim Racing in 11th with Sky Limit Racing for Zolder in 12th, 4 laps down. The cars 5 laps down were McDonald's Racing, BMS Esport GT4 Belcar and Brab, that is the noise it made, Decipit Racing Team in 16th, Cara Pils Racing in 17th, and then the Composer Racing, unfortunately, 61 laps down. And at the bottom there, Radeon Motorsport by QSR2, 123 laps down at the bottom. And Hasse, final class, it's over to you, mate.
Yeah, the TCR class gave us action all the way to the end, but it was won by Flemish Sim Sports White by a 21-second margin. Then they were close with Optimal Sim Racing Blue and G-Drive Racing Eximia, the number 17 car, within a second across the line. Optimal Sim Racing Purple and the 37 car there 4th. BMS Esport TCR is 5th. CCTS Esports Belcar 6th. Brazilian Motorsports BMS Esports TCR 4 and 3. And that rounds off the TCR field.
Smashing stuff. Thank you very much, mate. Well, we had one hell of an evening and one hell of a race. We're going to go back to a bit earlier on in the day and just let this review all the way back. Now, we need to speak to, of course, our race winners. We're going to get them in, just try and grab everybody that we can. Let's have a look. We've got Cone Klopman and Fabrice Cornelis in here at the moment. Boys, is your other teammate about in there? I can't see him at the minute.
No, he's not there.
He's not.
He's too scared. He's too scared.
Scared of me or Hasse?
Both, I think.
Love it. Well, gents, you've started your campaign in the best way possible with a very, very dominant win. I'll start with you, Cohen. You obviously did the final stint there and had a little bit of contact with one of the BMWs right near the end. How was it when you jumped in the car for the first time compared to the last time?
Well, I only drove one stint, so.
Oh, I thought you did two. Sorry, mate. That's my
No,
bad.
I did one stint.
Oh.
Well, it was a little bit tricky to get in the car at first. There was a lot of traffic, of course. The track was already rubbered in, so quite different to what I'm used to. And yeah, I just took it really easy because we had such a big gap. Like I think we had 1 or 2 laps.
Yeah.
And then at the end, like the car came to me and I started to take a little bit more risks, and lap time started to tumble to the low 21s. So at the last like 4 or 5 laps, I knew we had like almost already won. So I took a little bit, maybe too much risk, and the incident happened, unfortunately.
Well, we always knew that it was going to be difficult on a circuit like this. And Fabrice, just coming to you, mate. Obviously, we saw an amazing performance by the pair of you at Zolder last season. Would you compare this circuit to Zolder in any way with how narrow and sort of twisty it can be?
Not really. I don't know. It's completely different. Not that big braking zones like in Zolder.
Yeah.
A lot of long sweepers, and for this track with traffic was a lot more difficult than on Zolder. I really didn't feel super good here. Like started with qualifying, didn't get the lap together at all. Always ended up in traffic. And also the start of the race was not so good on my part. Was struggling a bit with the grip, but then in the middle of the stint I started finding it and could pull a gap a bit and give it to Daniel. And we had some ending done with the Porsche, but for the rest I think we managed good and got the first one of the season.
It's always important to get the first one as well, isn't it? Because you never want to be on the back foot trying to catch up. You want to be the ones ahead at the beginning, don't you?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, almost max points, so I think we did a good job. Only not pole position, but that was just unlucky with traffic. Like I think Fabrice could do like 20 mid maybe, but there was like every lap there was like a car in the way, so unfortunate.
Yeah, it's just how the cookie crumbles sometimes. Now, next time out, we're going to Spa for another 4-hour race. Obviously, you guys did an amazing job last time there, so looking for another win, obviously.
Yeah, it's difficult. I think Spa is a big draft track, and it will be difficult to break the draft. I think, like at least with this car, it's a big draft track. But let's see. It's our home track, at least for me and Thomas. But let's see. It's always fun to race at Spa, so looking forward to it.
Well, it should be good to watch, boys. Before we let you go, obviously, we want to say a massive well done from everybody at Simracersworld and obviously at Virtual Belcar as well. Do you want to give a quick shout out to anybody, starting with you, Cohen?
Fabrice is like the sponsor man, so I'll let him do it.
We'll give it to Fabrice.
It's his team. I'm only like a guest driver in the team. So.
Fair play, mate. Fair play. After you, Fabrice. Sponsor thanks away.
First of all, thanks to Urano Esports for giving us a car in this championship and letting us drive here. Then, of course, the main sponsor of the team, Huawei, HP, and Hankook Media. Then we got organizers of this league, Andy, Ronald, and of course Simtag, my work. Thanks for letting me do this. And you guys, of course, for broadcasting. That's what I forgot. Thanks a lot, guys.
Thanks very much, gents. Well done, and we'll see you at Spa in about a month's time.
Bye-bye,
Yep.
see you later.
See ya.
Cheers. Brilliant stuff there from our race winners. And the next one's up then, Hasse, with the win in the Porsche Cup class, if I can say it right. The BLC 2 class. It's Boudwin Kuster and Vince Peters. Now, gents, I'll start with you, Boudwin. You just always seem to be at the front when you're in that car. Are you getting bored of it yet?
Of course not. That's where I and my teammate and our sponsors should be. So I think I will never get tired of that, and I think no one would.
That's a bang-on response, to be fair. I'll give you that. Vince, you said in the YouTube chat that you didn't think that you had a very good stint, but to be fair, mate, it looked pretty good from here. What was it you found that you didn't quite get right?
Yeah, I went off sometimes, like 2 times I saw on the stream. didn't have that much practice, only an hour, because Boudewijn sent me a message this afternoon, so telling me, yeah, I don't have teammates. Can you jump in?
It was. Now we saw a message in our Discord saying about that, and I wondered which team it would be, because I unfortunately didn't know anybody that could jump in. Otherwise, I would have suggested. But very interesting to know that's the story of it. And you come out of it with a win. You must be absolutely overjoyed.
Yeah, it's great. It's really great. So we both had a lot of fun. At the end, we had some time to chat because I didn't really know Boudewijn, to be honest. So yeah, good times.
And Boudewijn, we were just saying then to our overall race winners that we go back to Spa next time out for a 4-hour race midway through December. You've obviously gone well there before. Are you expecting another win there?
Well, I don't want to sound arrogant, and I want to be supportive at all times. But yeah, I do, and I think you should always believe in yourself, and yeah, we can, and we proved that already. So I think we will have a good chance, and hope to be back with Tommy as soon as possible. I'm really thankful to Vince, because today has been a little bit of a strange story, as Tommy could not be here tonight, and I didn't have any teammates. So I discussed with Ronald, the organizers, if I could drive alone. And which wasn't possible because the rule book said that I have to have at least one other teammate.
Yeah.
So yeah, I met up with Vince, and we drove together.
Smashing. Well, it was great to see, boys, and obviously you started your championship off in the best way possible. Before we let you go, do you want to give a quick shout out to anybody, starting with you, Vince?
Well, normally I drive for Team Down Under, so to them, I guess.
Fair play. And anyone you want to give a shout out to, Boudewijn?
I would like to give everyone a shout out who is involved, especially Ronald and Andy for putting up another crazy competition. Really cool competition, really close with each other, even though we're competitors. And to you guys, thanks a lot for the stream. Always a pleasure to watch it, and yeah, hope to see you soon.
Thanks very much, boys. Great to speak to you. Well done, and we'll see you at Spa.
Thanks a lot, man. Cheers.
Yeah, we do say, Hasse, that Porsche just always seems to be at the front of its class, doesn't it?
Yeah, indeed, and it's been the reigning champion for a reason. You have to say, pace, consistency, all up there every time. Indeed, very impressive.
Now I can't see any of the boys from. Aha, we do have one. It's Anton Dupin in the chat from the race winning. Well, in class. Was it you in the Flemish car? It was, wasn't it? Yeah, number 14, that's usually you. Sorry, mate, there's so many flipping Flemish cars out there, I get them all confused. Well, first off, well done. You must have really enjoyed that one. It looked like a hard race.
Thank you. Yeah, it was a hard race, a big battle with G-Drive. We didn't expect to win it, but I think we got lucky that G-Drive got some incidents with lapping or lapped cars. It's a shame it had to end that way, but yeah, for us it was a good race.
That's just part of endurance racing sometimes, though, isn't it? You know, the traffic is probably one of the main difficulties of this series, wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, absolutely. The speed difference is really big, and in the TCR you're just constantly checking your mirror every 2 or 3 seconds to see if anybody is coming. Sometimes they dive pretty late, so yeah, you have to be aware all the time.
Well, it certainly looked like fun, mate, and obviously you got a good result out of it as well, the first class win of the season. We've got another 4-hour race in the middle of December at Spa-Francorchamps. Are you expecting to have another good result there?
We will try, but I don't know if we can win any more races. I think Bram and Ben are just a little bit faster than us, so we will need some luck again to win there. But anyhow, podium should be possible. Well,
fingers crossed that you can do it, mate. It was great to see you guys get that win today, and obviously I'll be commentating on you again on Tuesday in the Z1 Dashboard Simracersworld TCR series. But before then, do you want to give a quick shout out to anyone?
Well, of course, to Keanu. He's a bit shy, so he doesn't want to come to the interview booth.
Fair enough.
But he did an excellent job, so thank you to him, to Kim, our team leader and main sponsor, and all the other teammates who also did a fantastic job with a win in GT4. So yeah, it was a good evening for the team.
Awesome stuff. Great to speak to you, Anton. Well done, mate, and we'll see you soon.
Thank you. See you.
Cheers. Well, that TCR battle was amazing, wasn't it, Hasse? There was so much going on there, and to see them overtake G-Drive on track straight away, like, well, not straight away, but just outright on track, that's just, we didn't expect that at all, did we?
It's not really something we've seen at all in the foregoing season,
Yeah.
so it is a bit of a surprise. It was a very pleasant surprise to see, because it's always nice to have these class battles really light up like the TCR did today, and that was one of the real highlights of the race for me. It lasted the entirety of the 4 hours. It was from lights to flag, and it was really good.
Was indeed. And one more thing I do want to do, we don't seem to have our GT4 winners in chat, so
We have Robin DeVille, don't
one
we?
more thing. Oh yes, Robin DeVille is in there. Sorry, Brian's going to have to just go back in there for a minute. That was my friend Brian Kralls. Robin DeVille in the chat. Robin, well
Hello.
done. Above everything else, you must be very, very pleased with that.
I'm very pleased. Was a fairly good race. Apart from the shenanigan Senna did in the last lap, in the last corner. It's a bit avoidable. Yeah, he couldn't make it to the interview. He had to go to bed.
Fair enough.
So I'm replacing him. But yeah, it was a good race. A lot of traffic management, but we're happy with the result.
Yeah, I was going to ask, with the Porsche that you guys drive in the GT4 class, it's a bit of a strange middle ground, because it's not too much slower than the Cup cars, but at the same time it's not too much quicker than the TCR cars. Is it a bit difficult to judge some of the traffic sometimes in that car?
To be honest, for me the most difficult thing is the TCR cars. The Porsches, they go fast, they go past quite easily.
Yeah.
But when you have to pass a TCR car, it's a bit of a hassle, I think. And especially, I had some encounters with a TCR car that I was lapping for the third time, and he kept on battling me, so it was kind of frustrating.
Yeah, I can imagine as well. Like I say, it seems like it's in some sort of middle ground with all the pace of the cars around it. But either way, you know, you guys got it across the line first in class, and you've started your season off in the best way, really. I've said it to everyone that we've spoken to, obviously class winners so far. But we go to Spa in the middle of December. Obviously another 4 hours there. Do you think that you'll go all right around there? Is that a track you enjoy?
Of course, Spa is always something special. I also have the Dynamics 6-hour race in Spa next week, so
Oh,
I can
yeah,
have
of course.
some bit of practice there.
Are you driving the Porsche in that one? Sorry.
No, I'm driving the Audi
Oh, nice. Fair play.
together with Hansi.
Oh, Hansi himself, the man himself.
Yes.
Love it. Well, I hope that goes well for you. I'll try and tune in on that one. Before we let you go there, Robin, do you want to give a quick shout out to anybody?
Well, to all my team members, of course. Also, special remark to Diego, who couldn't race today because he had some issues with his shoulder. But he did spotting all night, so thank you for that, Diego. And yeah, shout out to all the drivers who drove tonight, and of course to the organizers and you, the commentators. Thank you.
Smashing. Well, thank you very much. We hope you enjoy watching it back if you give it a go. But well done from us, and we'll see you at Spa.
Okay, thank you. Bye-bye.
Cheers. Thank you. Brilliant stuff. Great to speak to Robin there. Now, I was going to do this just a moment ago, and to be honest, I said to him I wasn't going to give him a shout out. Brian, say hi.
Hi.
It's Brian Crowles. Bye, Brian.
Alright.
There you go. Right. So that's Brian Crowles from Track Velocity Racing, and this has been the 4 hours of Donington Park to open up the Virtual Belcar Winter Series in 2020. Hasse, if you can sum it up in less than 1,000 words, would you be able to? I don't think I would.
I'll try. Can you do sum it up in 10 seconds? Go.
Yeah, go on then. Sum it up. 10 seconds. Go.
Exciting, extravagant, for real, hard, tough, and glorious.
Me?
The Virtual Belcar Winter Series, round 1. That was so fun.
It was absolutely fantastic. Thank you very much, Hasse, for joining me in the box. My name is Chaz Draycott. This has been Simracersworld TV. And, of course, this has been the Virtual Belcar Winter Series of 2020. We do, of course, hope that you have yourselves a wonderful evening. We hope you've enjoyed the broadcast. And we will see you at Spa-Francorchamps on, as he looks at the calendar, the 18th of December. Have yourselves a wonderful evening, guys. We'll see you there. Cheers.